All right. What's up, guys? So, we're going to be doing the adventure blend today because we're going on an adventure. And it's such an adventure that I even brushed my hair and I'm wearing all black because I kind of feel like I'm walking into my own funeral here. This isn't a video that I want to do at all. In fact, I'd probably prefer to do anything else. But I've reached a point in my spiritual growth journey where I really feel like uh, this is a weight that's been holding me down for years. And if I don't talk about it, I'm never going to be able to fly. So, uh, we're not going to get into it yet. We'll wait until after the coffee is made. So, if anyone's just here for the update, you can stick around for this part. But, this might be 3 hours long. I don't know. We're just gonna do however long it takes, and then we'll get into it. So, first we've got this one here. I've been waiting for this. Interestingly enough, I didn't notice this. There's a plane on the front of this. It's called the Adventure Blend from Barismo. Let me go ahead and get this brewing, and then we'll talk through the brew. I'll give you the quick update on status and plans for the week if I can get this damn thing open. And then we're gonna rip the bandage off, so to speak. Now, if you're new here, this is going to be the last of these series of videos. Been doing them for a minute where I just been talking a lot about demons, and when I say demons, I mean invasive thoughts, actions that we do that we can't really explain out of like reaction type things. We can talk about all that in a bit. I'm struggling to organize those thoughts at the moment. I'm just multitasking too much. I'm not great at multitasking. Oh, this smells really good. It's kind of nutty. This actually smells really good. All right, so I am kind of feeling the pressure right now. So I'm just gonna get quiet and count these out for a minute. We do 5 scoops. Two. Three. 4. 5. Okay. My hand's shaking a little bit. That's insane. I don't get nervous ever at all anymore. After I do this, I probably won't get nervous about anything. But all right, that's brewing. Let's read the coffee bag once I seal it up. Gotta keep these grounds fresh. We did put water in that, right? Yeah. Okay. So right down the middle, perfectly medium. It says rich and smooth. With hints of chocolate and red fruits, this slightly nutty coffee offers a well-rounded flavor profile. It's a rich, smooth blend with a lingering finish. That sounds great. I'm really looking forward to this. What I'm not looking forward to is the second half of the video, which is probably going to be 90% of the video after the coffee finishes brewing. But real quick, the gentle part here is the update. So the basement is done essentially. I'm kind of annoyed that the paint doesn't necessarily seem to exactly match previous coats, but I'm wondering if maybe it's just because it's still kind of wet. Now, there's a thing we used to do when I was a maintenance guy where once we were like halfway through a can, if we were using multiple cans, we would mix two paints. Because here's the thing, especially if you get them ordered with a difference of time between them, you can get the exact same paint twice and it's going to be slightly different just because the something was different with the machine, or maybe it was mixed with a different machine, or I don't know. It's weird. The best way to get the most even coat of paint is to like mix two cans together, and that way you ensure it's entirely even, right? Now, that didn't exactly happen with this because I can just show you. I didn't want to like show you yet, but I'm gonna do a whole video show it off the basement when it's done. But it's kind of annoying me that it's darker than I remember it being last time I did two different coats. It is better than it was yesterday, but you can see a clear line where it's like the previous coats were down and the fresh coat just got done. Now this part is perfectly fine because this was all done with the newest 5-gallon can. Everything else was done with the two old 5 gallons. I don't remember them being different this way. But the fortunate thing is I still got like 3 gallons left. So worst case scenario is I just trim the whole damn area again, because that's the part that's bugging me. Like if you look around the edges, it's obvious where the paint stopped. But I'm hoping just as it dries, it's going to become the same color, you know? Because there's always a little bit of different color variation while it's wet, but I don't remember it being that bad before. So I think it's possible I might still need to retrim 50% of the basement, basically. And that will be another day worth of painting. But for all intents and purposes, we're done with that. Now, as for the 24-hour stream celebrating 1,000 followers on Twitch, 24-hour subathon, I don't think that's happening this week. Mostly because I'm doing this. And also just because I've been under a lot of pressure lately. You know, something that Hortus says a lot in Warframe is something along the lines of pressure creates diamonds, but it also creates dust. And let me tell you, there are so many times in my life that I've went so hard, I ground myself to dust. And I don't want to do that anymore. This video right now I'm making probably the most difficult thing I've ever done, and it's gonna leave me emotionally and spiritually drained, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure it's the next thing I need to do to continue fighting these demons, get them out of me. But the big thing I've noticed too is every time I conquer a major demon, there's like a recuperation period afterwards where it like leaves a gaping wound that needs time to heal where that demon used to be. So the plan right now is Monday. As far as I'm aware, I don't have anything planned next week. So Monday we're going to do the 1,000 Twitch follower subathon stream, 24 hours. I'm kind of harebrained right now, but I'm going to take the rest of this week to upload some videos so I can make sure I have enough space on my hard drive to record that stream, however long it ends up going. Also, there's just a lot of little things around the house that I've been neglecting while I focused on grinding out the basement and fixing my dad's Polaris for him and trying to fix the dryer and failing and just all the bullshit that's been going on for the past month. Like, look at this fucking pile of cans and bottles that I need to handle. And there's just other things around the house that I just need to do some cleaning and stuff. Gotta get all those collected for the recycling and stuff. So, yeah, I'm just gonna spend the rest of the week taking it slow. I do intend to stream probably, unless there's like a lot of hate I receive for this video, because don't get me wrong, I've been on the internet long enough to know that any kind of controversial subject has a lot of potential for backlash. And these days it's worse than ever because everyone's got opinions on things they don't understand, or even if they do understand it, they want to twist it into a fucked up way to make it some kind of political grandstanding soapbox bullshit. But before we get into that, let's go ahead and try this coffee. It smells really good. Oh, wow. It's way smoother than I expected. This is super smooth. I love this coffee so far. We're just going to keep it simple as we've been doing lately when I try the first coffee. So, the past couple coffees, I think I forgot to try them with just the half and half, and I went straight to the coconut creamer. So we're going to make sure we do both this time. Let's get the special coffee mixing spoon. I have this actual silver soup spoon I used to mix the coffee. I don't even know where I got it. It was just, I think, I was in a bunch of stuff my parents gave me when I was like moving in. Almost did it without even thinking. Let's give this a try. Oh yeah, that's really good. I could drink this coffee forever, just like that. But I do want to add just a touch of sweetness to it. I love coconut. This would be fine with just like a little bit of sugar too, but I think the only sugar I have right now is brown sugar. So let's go ahead and mix that up. But yeah, this is my special coffee mixing spoon. I just have this actual silver soup spoon. I didn't know what else I'd use it for. So that's what I use to mix the coffee every time. Oh, it's delicious. Oh, this is really good. This is, of the three of those coffees that I got, the Adventure Blend, and then the two I mixed in the previous video. I don't remember what they were. This is by far the best. So, alright, this is where we're going to start talking about some heavy shit. So, if you're just here for the update, now would be the time to swipe to the next video. I can literally feel it in my chest. Like, this is tough for me. But normally I do these entirely unscripted, and I don't have any kind of script or anything right now. I just have a post-it note. 5 things I want to talk about. I'm going to it's kind of weird because I'm going to let myself ramble probably a little more than I have been lately, simply because I feel like this is a situation where I need to just let the Lord guide my tongue. So, if it needs to be said, I'm just going to say it. But at the same time, I want this post-it note here to make sure I don't skip anything and get me back on track if I get a little lost in myself. So about the demons, right? We all have demons. A lot of them we invite in ourselves, but a lot of them, and some of the worst ones, I think, are the ones that other people put into us, right? So, in my spiritual journey, I've kind of discovered that most of them appear to just live physically in our body somewhere, and they manifest themselves in different ways. You know, I went through a period of stress-induced eczema for a while, actually 2 periods. Once it was all over my like shoulders and arms, the other was all over my legs. At some point it was so bad that I thought maybe I even contracted scabies somehow. It was just terribly itchy. I had to like cover myself in cortisone to be able to fall asleep at night. But then I realized scabies doesn't go away and come back like this was. There was another point where it all started, right? I've gone through most of this in a video before, but it all started because at one point I had an extra knuckle, kind of, in between my pointer and my middle finger. It just felt like a really hard lump, and I couldn't figure out what it was, and I just started massaging it absent-mindedly, and I realized that the more I did that, the better it relieved some of my stress. And then there's something that kind of made the pieces all fall together. And I don't even remember where I saw this, but I just remember that there was like an article that talked about Poppy. And there was this point where she had said she had this pain in her throat that she couldn't get rid of. And none of the doctors could figure it out until she went to a spiritual healer. And the spiritual healer told her that she needed to speak to get rid of that pain. Well, that kind of made things click for me. And the more I developed my self-awareness, the more I realized I had these pains all over my body. I can still feel a lot of them in specific places. There's a couple in my neck, one right here, one in my wrist really bad right now. Also one on the other side kind of makes me feel like Frankenstein. And really the worst ones though happen kind of at the base of my neck, right where it connects to my spine. And if you have been watching my old videos, there was one a couple days ago last week where I talked about a dream I had where I basically encountered this what felt like a demon woman in my dream, and I was trying to process what all that meant. And she had like this ornate knife shoved in the back of her neck, and it just happened to be at the same exact spot that I feel all this negative energy collects. And I get a lot of migraines these days. There was a while where they stopped. So when I had to move back in with my parents because I fell on hard times, I used to get a lot of migraines back then. But that was mostly because I have bad sinus issues, and there was a lot of mold, black mold, and like dust and stuff in that old place. There were low key hoarders, like not bad enough to be on the TV show, but bad enough that it definitely affected my mental and physical health. Uh, but you know, since I moved out again, that's not been an issue anymore, but I get different types of migraines now, which are actually the first migraines I originally had. Back in high school, I think it was, is when I first started getting migraines. They put me on Imitrex, and while that stuff worked, it was also kind of annoying because it would just knock me out, and I just had to sleep the migraine off. There's really only two things that actually work, which is like taking a long shower and stretching and massaging. Well, we'll say three things. So this first one is taking a long shower, stretching and massaging the area that I can feel the headache is originating from. You know, sometimes there's another one in my temple right now, just right here. Uh, the crazy thing is, I can actually feel like warmth from them too. Like it's hotter on the area of my skin than other areas. And I've noticed that on my cat as well, right? One of the reasons he's kind of been so needy lately, if you like watch a lot of the videos, is he's just always begging me to deal with his demons for him. He's got these hard lumps on his spine that I just recognize as negative stress energy. And no, I'm not, I know this all sounds crazy, right? Because I'm a very scientifically minded individual. I spent 5 years as an EMT, as a firefighter. So you to ask me this, like, I was a firefighter for longer than that, but 5 years of that, I was an EMT. You asked me even 3 or 4 years ago, like, hey, this, my cat has this, and even now you ask me this, hey, my cat has this hard lump on his spine that he doesn't like it when I touch it. What should I do? I'd be like, take it to the vet, have them look at it, make sure it's not like some kind of injury from fighting another cat or an infection or some kind of cyst or tumor. But the thing is, these lumps move, among other things. And I've learned how to get rid of them. I've spent like probably 3 years now fighting all this negative energy, and I was scared to talk about it for a while because I know how crazy it sounds, right? Uh, but there's just things about it that have really freaked me out at times. For example, when some of them were really bad, it doesn't happen much anymore, which I think is a good sign that I'm making a lot of progress. But I would be like zoned out while I was waiting for the coffee to make. If you look closely, you might even be able to see it in some of the original videos where I first started talking about these demons. Like, literally, the fucking lights would flicker over my head occasionally. And it's not anything to do with like the heater or refrigerator coming on or anything like that. Nothing that I can track down. No, like turning the microwave on. I tried to logic my way into every single explanation I could. And here's the thing, I don't even think that this is really ascientific, because I keep coming back to a video, at least with the explanation for what was going on. For uh go look up frog magnets, right? There are magnets out there that can pick up a frog. And the way they do that is by using the frog's electromagnetic field. All living beings have some level of electromagnetic fields, just because, like, all of our neurons, everything that runs our heart, that's all electricity, right? So we're each generating small EM fields. And at first I thought maybe it was my EM field interacting with the lights, but as I've kind of been purifying myself over these past few years, now I think it's more just whatever was infecting me doing that, as I was kind of forcing it out, you know? This all sounds crazy as fuck. I'm gonna get to the point in a bit. Where this is going, by the way, which is kind of hinted at by the title. I know the title's kind of ridiculous, but it makes it easier for me to do this, being like tongue-in-cheek with it. Just like, I'm kind of stalling a little bit. So I did I do, I think, yeah. Basically, I lost my train of thought there for a sec. But the whole thing, I don't want to do like the whole demon discussion. We've done that in other videos. There's a whole series of them. Like, I think I had the syntax slightly different in the previous ones. I don't even know if that's the word right now, the right word. It's just the one that came to mind. Where in the previous ones, it was like, there is a demon in my ... whatever body part. Like when I was dealing with the arms, it was the arm or whatever. And this one was such a big one that I had to wait till I conquered it. At least primarily conquered it. I think it's still lingering slightly, just not there anymore. Because
I've had a really, really bad migraine for the past day or two. And it's just all the pain is originating from that exact spot where I saw the knife jammed into in that like porcelain demon lady in my dream. So I think even though I've managed to defeat the gooning urges, which is really what it was leading me to do, and here's the thing, it like wasn't even that bad compared to a lot of the stories I hear. It was like once a week, sometimes every other week. I still feel like that was too much though. And most of it was just loneliness, you know? We've talked about this, I think, once or twice before. But for me, gooning wasn't really lust driven. It was two things primarily: procrastination, which is what you, if you're not aware, is having nothing better to do, so you beat your fucking meat. And you're just bored and wasting time. And just abject loneliness sometimes, you know? It's been a long time since I've been on a date, and we're going to talk about that at some point. But yeah, we're really just getting into it because what this whole video is about is that, I'm a survivor of sexual assault. So if that's something that's triggering for you, I suggest you move on right now. This is just your trigger warning, you know. It's going to get really deep at some point. There's 5 specific incidents that I want to talk about. Yeah, so needless to say, women have done some terrible things to me over my life. And that caused me to like self-isolate from them a lot. It got to a point where anytime a woman even showed like any kind of remote sexual interest in me at all, it just felt like I was being assaulted again, you know? But I'm a lot better now. I actually am better at talking at women now than I ever have been in my life. But at the same time, I sort of have less interest in a relationship than I ever have before. I feel like there's 3 reasons for that, right? I said 3 reasons for something else, right? Oh, 3 things that help the migraines. So the shower with the stretching and massaging. Why? Because like I've noticed the hot water really works for just massaging that muscle stress out. As long as with the stretching, even just doing basic stretches is good on its own. But stretching in a hot shower, absolutely way more effective. The second thing, I forget what the second set of 3 was, but I want to finish this first set of 3, right? I'm all over the place today, if you guys can't tell. This is really difficult for me. I'm just forcibly confronting a lot of past trauma that I've been quiet about for honestly decades at this point because, I'm a white middle-aged male, which is like the one demographic that's not allowed to have a voice in America anymore. But now I'm just being salty. All right. So the second thing of the three things that fix the migraines, it doesn't really fix them, but it helps reduce the pain. I THC, specifically THCA. I only use the hemp-based stuff. I only buy the hemp-based stuff to be specific, 100% truthful. If I'm like hanging out with some friends at a party, I never really asked, Joe, is this only the 100% legal help? You just hit the blunt and pass it. So to say I only use the hemp-based stuff might not be 100% true, but I only buy the hemp-based stuff that's 100% legal. It really helps a lot, but I think it's important to state that it doesn't fix anything. It just numbs the pain, right? I would describe cannabinoids in general because I used to consult with a vape shop and I got to try like all the different ones like THCO, Delta 8, THCA. They all have slightly different effects. If you ask me, the best stuff is to get the what's it called? The full spectrum. Then you get the full entourage effect, and we're not going to talk about all that today because that's just a whole rabbit hole. But barring that, the second best is probably getting just THCA, which basically functions like the legit OG stuff. It's just kind of a chemical loophole. And again, we're not going to go down that rabbit hole. I'm going into fucking Narnia with this other stuff right now, so we can have that whole conversation another day. Also, that's kind of like community noted type stuff. Who knows? Maybe this will count as a community violation because like we're not allowed to talk about anything even remotely like this kind of stuff. Like if this video absolutely won't be able to be monetized because I'm going to use the R word later on, which I think is absolutely fucking insane. Like just censoring the fuck out of people that are talking about serious things. But the way I describe cannabinoids is it's like morphine for the soul, right? And morphine is a really useful tool, in some ways necessary for serious surgeries. And that's basically what I've been doing, especially for the past year, is heavy soul surgery, trying to get all these demons out of me. And it's really useful, but it's also kind of dangerous, right? Because morphine is also a highly addictive substance. And now, a lot of stoners will tell you, oh, well, weed isn't addictive. Well, it's not in like the physically addictive sense. Like you're not going to go through withdrawal symptoms the way you would with an opioid, but it is very mentally addicting and it does affect your brain chemistry in ways. So I think it's very, very important that just like morphine, you really are careful with the dosage, right? Because you can end up just spiraling. And I think it's really especially important to point out that medicating isn't healing. Those are two different things, right? In fact, over medicating prevents healing and may even make the situation worse. However, when you're going into some hardcore surgery, I can confirm this because I've got 2 titanium screws in my ankle from a football injury. It's really, really helpful to have a nice dose of morphine. Also, when you don't have time and you need to just go at it, say you got to go into do something today, but you got a really, really bad migraine. I found that a little bit of wake and bake made it so much easier to get through the day when I had an actual migraine and I didn't have time to sit there and take a long shower and stretch and meditate on it, which is actually, ironically, the third thing that I found helped with these migraines. Now, I guess not ironically, but just I was planning to go there anyway, so I feel like it's time we do that. I have noticed that I can actually get rid of these migraines. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not saying it's going to work for all migraines because there's a lot of different things that will trigger a migraine. For example, I don't think meditation would have worked for my sinus headaches, the sinus triggered migraines, because those, I have a deviated septum. It's like 90% deviated. What would actually happen is I'd wake up in my parents' place and the nostril that 90% of my airflow goes through would be entirely blocked. And I think just the fact that I couldn't breathe while I was sleeping is what would cause me to wake up with a migraine. And that I needed to take the hot shower and use a neti pot. And that was what fixed those migraines. And then I could take a little puff, go about my day. But these muscle stress triggered migraines, for lack of a better term to call them, because that's really what it is if we're approaching it from more like a medical standpoint, right? There's this like big stress ball of muscle stress in my neck that I can feel is what's really triggering the migraine. It's really weird. I don't even know how to describe this, but if I close my eyes and put my consciousness inside of that pain, it starts to go away. I don't know how else to describe it. But that's one of the ways I've been able to figure out what triggers these, right? The specific things I needed to talk about for each video to get rid of the way that the pain that Poppy does, or did. I'm sure she's still got plenty of pain, especially if you listen to her music. There's a lot of pain in there. I think we all have got plenty of pain that we don't talk about. And that's the other reason I'm doing this, right? So the primary reason is because I just, like I said at the beginning of the video, I just need to, I can't carry this weight around anymore. It's been 5 years. I'm really trying to get my life back together. About 5 years. I don't know exactly. If you've ever been through like some serious trauma in your life, you'll know that it kind of fucks up your memory and the exact timelines and dates things happened. Well, I mean, I guess that's not true for everyone. I know there's some people that come into my stream and talk about some of their trauma, and it's the exact opposite. They just know the date exactly, and they're painfully aware of it. I think that's probably worse, right? I think I'm probably pretty lucky that there's just portions of my life I can't remember. But yeah, so I don't remember what that other set of 3 was that I started, but meditation is the third one. And of the 3, that's the one that takes the longest, right? The quickest and the easiest is medication. And I feel like that's why we have so many people that self-medicate these days. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely a lot of people that it's not even about the medication. It's just about being like degenerate fuck-ups that love being high or drunk all the time, and that's really the only goals they have in life. They just are basically brain dead NPCs, you know? There's too many of those type of people in the world these days. But I feel like for a very large portion of people, a lot of it is just a combination of escapism and numbing the pain, you know? There's like kind of, kind of 2 things I've noticed people with a lot of trauma will either do. They either rely on escapism or numbness. I was more of a numbness individual, which is why I went hardcore into marijuana, especially in college, because, well, there was a lot of bullshit I dealt with in college. Also, like, I had really strict helicopter parents. So that was like the first time in my life I was ever actually allowed to try and figure out who I was, instead of just having to always follow their super strict and kind of out of date rules and plans for me, and I was never allowed to like seek my own fortunes or decide my own path in life when I was younger. So I didn't even really do that much, just weed and alcohol, really. That's the only stuff I ever really got into. But lots of alcohol in college, way too much. And later years, after I went through some additional trauma, too much weed too. But I kind of forget where I was going now. I think I'm skipping around in the timeline a little bit. So, oh yeah, I remember the amount of time. Medication's the fastest and easiest route, right? But of those 2, of the 3, it's the one that doesn't provide any healing. right? You're just numbing the pain temporarily. If you have a broken bone and all you ever do is just take morphine so you don't feel it anymore, it's not going to get any better. In fact, if you don't set the bone, and especially if you keep like going to work or whatever you're doing, just ignoring it, it's actually going to heal wrong. And then it's going to cause you more pain in the future where they need to re-break the bone to set it properly. So don't over medicate is what I want to say there. The second one is just the stretching and the long hot showers, moving in general, right? Just sitting there and let the hot water pour over the painful spots and then stretching them out. And also lifting weights and stretching before that. All that helped a lot, right? I feel like it wasn't until I started actually lifting that I really started to make progress with a lot of my past mental trauma. Up until that point, I was just kind of avoiding it. I wasn't really confronting my shadow, which is where all this trauma lives, by the way. If you don't know what I mean when I say that, look up shadow work. It's a concept by Carl Jung, who's the guy that created those personality tests you've probably taken before. So the third one, that middle one, it's kind of like getting minor surgery done, you know? So it's almost like more maintenance than true healing, right? If you're like taking care of yourself, you're eating well, you're stretching, working out, cleaning your body, then you're not really going to get worse as long as you keep doing that. And you'll probably get slightly better over time. But it's also important to acknowledge that the world is always doing its best to pour more demons into you, especially the increasingly evil-ass world that we live in today. So you might make a little bit of progress over time, but then eventually some big bad shit is probably going to happen to you, which might knock out all that progress in one day, right? So real progress comes from either meditation or therapy or a combination of both, right? The first three things on my list, I think, yeah, it would be the first four things on my list, actually. They all were helped a lot with therapy, right? And I think it's important to note it's hard to find a good therapist, and it's getting even harder these days. You need a therapist that's going to challenge you, right? You need a therapist that's not just there for the money, that actually cares about you, but also one that's not just going to be an echo chamber. Because there's definitely a profit motive to keeping you sick, right? if your therapist isn't giving you any pushback at all, then you're at the wrong therapist. Also, I think if your therapist is giving you life advice, you're probably at the wrong therapist. That was one of the things that used to frustrate me about the guy I went to, Dr. Raynar specifically. Incredible, incredible man. One of the most wonderful people that's ever existed in this world, I'm pretty sure. There's so much respect for the dude. A World War II veteran and a Jewish survivor of the Nazi concentration camps. So you want to talk about pain. Dude had a mountain of it. And I'm sure that's one of the things that made him such an excellent therapist for me in particular, right? Because one of the things that would really piss me off, especially like this one lady that I went to talk to in college, is like, it was just a job for her, obviously. She was showing up to get a paycheck. She was asking me a bunch of questions out of a textbook, basically, that didn't help and just made things worse because they pissed me off. I've always been pretty aware, even before I reached the heightened levels of awareness that I'm at right now that make most of the world look like ants trapped in an ant farm to me. But even back then, when I was just one of the ants myself, it would really piss me off just how much she lacked both empathy and understanding and was kind of condescending at the same time. There was just this voice screaming in my head, you're not asking the right questions. I don't know what questions you're supposed to be asking. I just know you're not asking the right ones. And I could tell just from our short interactions that she very much lived an insanely privileged life. Like one of those people that thought they knew so much about the world, but it's like the worst thing that probably ever happened to her in her life was someone got her Starbucks order wrong once, and then the lid came off and she spilled it in her Range Rover, or what the fuck ever she drove to work at this liberal arts college. And she would just infuriate me because at that point I'd already been a firefighter for many years, and let's see, this was it would have been at least 5 years I'd been a firefighter by that point. I don't remember when I started seeing her in my college career, but it was I started as a firefighter at 16, you know? So by the time I was in college, it was 4 to 6 years, we'll say, probably, when I was having these conversations with her. I'd pulled dead bodies out of cars. I'd seen all kinds of things I won't get into because I don't want to fuck anyone up any more than I might already with the things we're talking about today, right? There's lots of things you see in the emergency services that you just don't talk about with the general public because you know they can't handle it. And I feel like that was one of the things too. It's like this woman was just so fucking simple and stupid and short-sighted and so full of herself. It's like I knew I couldn't even talk to her about like drunk high school kids T-boning a van with an entire family in it, you know? So therapy is important, but I think more important than therapy in some ways is finding the right therapist. And it might not even be a licensed mental health professional. I don't think she was a psychologist or a psychiatrist. I think she was a counselor of some sort, like, but even psychologists and psychiatrists, it takes a certain type of person to even be a good therapist to begin with. And second, I think even if they're a good therapist, they might not be a good therapist for you, because you need a therapist that understands your specific type of pain. And one thing that I've noticed a lot, especially when I started working at a bar, I kind of became like what's the word I'm looking for? A de facto therapist for a lot of people. I was a line cook at a bar for a couple years, and I noticed that there would be other dudes, especially who had like military or first responder backgrounds, that for whatever reason, they'd just like start talking to me about some shit, right? Because at some point it often gets a little slow, and I'd like come out, and when there was no orders or anything, I'd stand at the end of the bar, or maybe after I closed the kitchen down, I'd take my shift meal and eat it at the bar while I had a beer or something. And just lots of dudes like to pour their soul out to me there. And I think it was because they recognized that I'd been through a similar type of pain. You know, as a firefighter, for as long as I did it, you're definitely going to go through some shit. And while it wasn't the same shit as someone who's been in the armed forces and deployed and been in the shit, it's definitely a similar type of shit, right? So I felt like that's why I was able to relate to Dr. Nar. That's why some of these war veterans were able to relate to me, right? Even though technically a civilian, because I've never been a commissioned or enlisted military individual, definitely have a bunch of experiences that wouldn't count me among the regular civilians, you know? So therapy is really important, but it only takes you so far. I think the scariest thing Dr. Nar ever told me was when he couldn't help me anymore. I didn't really know how to feel about that, right? There were a lot of mixed feelings. It felt good on some level, because that meant like we'd done a lot of healing together, you know, to get to a point where I no longer needed to weekly. I don't remember if I was going weekly or bi-weekly. But I'd go for hour-long sessions. And to get to a point where I no longer needed to go to this guy and bare my soul to him for an hour, because he was like, yeah, there's really nothing else I can do for you at this point. I was like, oh, wow, I guess we made a lot of progress, huh? But the scariest thing of it all was actually that I kind of felt like we hadn't made enough in some ways, you know? I felt like as much progress as we made, I was maybe 10% of the way on my healing journey. So I was like, wait, what the fuck, man? You mean I got to do the rest of this on my own? And the answer is both yes and no. Yes, because there's really no one that can help you with the deepest, darkest thoughts, the innermost trauma, but yourself, right? People can like shield you. They can numb your pain and even heal some of your wounds. But until you actually conquer your demons yourself, they're going to keep hurting you. And the only way to do that is to just charge directly at them, which is exactly what I'm doing right now. And we're going to come back to that a little bit. I said there's 2 reasons I'm doing this, right? And like I said, I'm just kind of rambling. I'm letting the words fall out as they need to while the rain falls around me. One of my favorite things about this porch is that it's got like a metal roof. It's got, I think, some shingles on it a little bit, because it's not like the tin cheap car garages where it's just like a bunch of metal pings. But I do like that I can hear the rain out here on the back porch. It's really soothing to me. Which brings me to the no, you're not doing it alone part. God is always with you. I think he knows I need this right now. It's just a little bit of white noise, keeping me both focused here in the moment and present, and also just silencing a little enough of the extra noise so I can really take a moment to delve into it. So let's talk about the second reason I'm doing this first. Because the first reason gets really complicated. I've said it a few times, but there's a lot of nuance to it. The second reason I'm doing this is just because I feel like there's probably a lot of other guys who have been through some abuse themselves that haven't ever talked about it. Shit, most of this stuff I've written down happened like over a decade ago. And even the most recent thing, the really bad thing, that happened around like 3 to 5 years ago. Again, I don't remember exactly when. I've gone through some really dark times in my life. There's been actual months that I just like don't have memories from at all. But just based off the way that like sitting there and listening to those guys' stories after Dr. Nar would listen to mine. I feel like, one, maybe just hearing this and knowing they're not the only one will help some dude out there. But two, I look at the Me Too movement and the way it caused a lot of women to speak out. And I'm talking about the good stuff, right? Not about the women that lied for attention and then like 10 years later, after ruining a couple of college kids' life with a bunch of fake things just because they wanted to be part of the attention and get all that stuff, admitting while they're in prison for murder that they made it all up, which actually happened. We're not going to go into that. But I'm talking about the good stuff, right? There was a lot of healing that came from that movement where women that were afraid to speak up decided to start speaking up. We've had so many people held accountable for what they did, especially in the entertainment industry. Although, apparently some people like Diddy are just getting a slap on the wrist. But that's a whole other thing I don't even want to fucking rant about right now. Kind of pisses me off. It really pisses me off. But I also want to look more into the case before I even comment on the Diddy bullshit. Because the law often doesn't really do a good job of protecting victims. And I'm wondering if it's a legal issue and not necessarily a moral one in that. So I don't want to comment on that until I do more research on it. But I feel like, especially with all the Johnny Depp type stuff, where it kind of turned out that once you listen to, I don't know if any of you actually listened to the court testimony or any of the recordings or stuff. First of all, I do want to come out and say that it kind of seemed like they were both two people struggling with each other, struggling with a bunch of things that didn't necessarily treat each other great. But as far as I could tell, at least from everything we saw in court, it really seems like the vast majority of abuse was done by Amber Heard, and then she just tried to kind of blame it all on him. And I think people are ready to start having this conversation where we've been holding men accountable for the terrible things they've done to women a lot over the past 10 years or so. Let's start holding everyone accountable, right? And I'm not going to name any names, but I will name some organizations, because I feel like the organizations could have and should have and really should do better in the future, although one of them doesn't exist anymore. The reason I'm not naming names is because I don't believe it would change anything. And trust me, I can be a very calculating individual when I want. And all my calculations tell me that if I do start naming names, it's just going to make everything worse. And here's the thing. I don't even need to name names. And some people are definitely going to know what I'm talking about, who I'm talking about. which is, I think, one of the reasons it took me so long to speak up at all, because I just didn't want to drop the nuke. There's like three reasons, really. One is just the way everyone's gonna look at me differently. And there's like a bunch of different ways that different people are gonna look at me differently. And I still don't think I'm ready for that, but I am ready to move on. And I've reached a point where I feel like this is the big hurdle that's preventing me from moving forward in my life right now. So I can either just ignore it and stay stuck, or I can just jump over it and see what happens. We're doing the second one. So the second thing is because I'm a man, right? What do I mean by that? Well, part of it is there's like two aspects. Like, I don't want to go into all the different ways people are going to look at me differently after this video, if they see it, if anyone sees it. But I'm sure there'll be like about a dozen people who'll see it, and like even one seeing it kind of just scares the fuck out of me. But based on the average views my videos get, there's like at least a dozen people that are gonna see this, and that's just undeniable. I know at least some of them who see this are gonna know exactly who I'm talking about with one person, probably, and perhaps have an idea with the other person that I'm gonna talk about too. But being a man, there's like two things that make it really hard to talk about. The first is just that we're expected to be strong. And that's got two of its own things. The first is that, like, if you're so strong, how could you even let that happen to you in the first place, right? The second is you're just supposed to tank it and not talk about it. And I've done that for many, many years. And I'm not going to not deny that it did make me stronger. But in a way, it also made me kind of cowardly, you know? When Poppy screams coward at the beginning of some of her songs, that really hits kind of hard. I'm doing my best not to be a coward anymore, which is kind of a third reason why I'm talking about this and making it a video, right? So the second reason, well, being, so we did both of the specifics about specifically being a man, right? Where it's just, you're supposed to be strong. Oh, no, the other one is, if you're a man, no one believes you. It's really ironic, but the very exact same people that go around saying believe women never believe men, ever. Maybe not ever, but it's just, in my experience, this isn't the first time I've tried to talk about this, right? I've had some friends I don't talk to anymore because I tried to talk to them about it and they refused to believe me. And it wasn't even just that. They would literally victim shame me, which is, it's just the most insanely hypocritical and evil thing, if you ask me, because they're the very people that are like, oh, you need to believe people and you can't victim shame. And that's exactly what they do. They're the worst fucking ones at it. Okay, I'm trying not to get angry. Like, a lot of this makes me really angry. Just give me a second. There were several times in the past where I tried to talk to someone about it, and all they did was make the pain worse. They didn't help at all, and some of them even, in a way, used it to take advantage of me. So, that's why I'm doing it like this, you know? It's a lot easier to talk to the camera about it. One, because I've just always sort of been a natural in front of the camera for some reason. You know, I've noticed a lot of people when they first start streaming, they really struggle to like use a face cam. For me, it was exactly the opposite. It didn't feel right without the camera. I didn't understand how people could do it. The one thing that did feel weird to me at first was eating on camera, right? I would like never eat on camera, and I used to have a freeze frame of me laughing that it happened once when I had my old shitty camera and my first PC setup, where sometimes, occasionally, my camera would just stop working and it would freeze. So once it was just this absolutely hilarious freeze frame, and I took that and I made that my my eating thing. Whenever I was eating, I would just turn that on to cover me eating. But other than that, I've always really felt like the camera loves me. I don't know a better way to describe it. I like to entertain. I like entertaining. And I think that's part of it. And this really isn't about entertainment at all, this video. Most of them kind of are, and I do my best to make them entertaining, and that's why I chose the name I chose for it, right? The entertainer in me wants to make it kind of tongue-in-cheek and add some levity, even though it's such a serious topic. I know whatever small parts of the internet see this are going to judge me, but the camera isn't judging me. The camera's just there, you know. It's really easy for me to do this way. I guess it's not easy, but it's easier. Obviously, I'm talking in circles the whole time. I haven't even gotten to the first thing on my list yet, and we're what, over an hour in? Feel like it's all been necessary setup, though. Part of me, there's a little voice in my brain that's like, if I keep talking long enough, if I make the video long enough, no one's gonna click on it. We're already over an hour, which means that I can't upload it to TikTok, and I maybe can't upload it to Instagram. I didn't even think about that now, but those are the places where it would probably get the most traction, because those are the places where they comparatively get the most views and have the most virality potential. I was even thinking about this subconsciously, so maybe that's like a little bit of an extra shield I created for myself by rambling. But at the same time, I do feel everything I've said so far needed to be said, and even when I got a little off topic, it was just to take the pressure off myself for a moment so I could keep going. And I'm losing track of the numbers, but right, those were the two things that made it difficult to be a man. We're supposed to be strong. One, we're supposed to be so strong that it doesn't affect us, and even if it does affect us, we're supposed to be strong enough to bear it all in silence. Well, I did, and it made me stronger. A lot stronger. There's a weird thing where it's like, people talk about how suffering breeds strength. I do think that's true, but I also don't think you need to suffer to be strong, right? I think a lot of people conflate those. It's a causation versus correlation thing. I think the strongest thing you can do is to refuse to allow your suffering and your pain to hurt someone else. Because that's one of the things I've seen. I think that's the difference between a victim and a survivor. I don't really see myself as a victim. I see myself as a survivor, because most of them didn't actually break me. Only the last one did. But even the one that broke me, I rebuilt myself afterwards. And rather than allow it to just become part of the cycle of pain, I made a promise to myself that I would let the pain stop with me. I decided to just become a sponge, to absorb as much pain from the world as possible so other people don't have to deal with it. And that's one of the reasons why I'm also not listing names. The last thing I want is a bunch of weird fucks on the internet to go and hunt these people down and ruin their lives for things that happened over a decade ago that I think in their own ways, most of them have already paid the appropriate price for. I do feel like there was something else I wanted to get into before I really start going down the list. I know there were two things, and then I split that into the two things of being a man that made it difficult, but I don't remember what the second thing was right now. Maybe I'll come back to it. But I suppose we should just get into the list, right? So, 4 of these I can probably get through pretty quickly. And I don't really want to spend any more time than I have to on the last one. We're going in chronological order, and they actually get progressively worse. And I feel like the biggest reason is because I was always just too gentle, right? All this shit happened to me because I wasn't really willing to stand up for myself, and nobody else was going to stand up for me. And society basically told me I wasn't allowed to stand up for myself because I'm a man. And even if I'm a man, I'm just a pervert that's supposed to like it, right? Well, that's just a bunch of lies that society tells you because it's all fucked up. Women have kind of always treated me like shit. And that's not to say that there aren't good women out there. Even back as far as high school, which is where a lot of this started, there's a few examples of incredible women that always treated me with a lot of love and respect. So this is not a women are the root of all evil type of thing. I think fear is the root of all evil. But I do think it's important to acknowledge that women seem to be more susceptible to the influence of evil than men. And the counter argument is, well, look at all the evil that men have done in the world. And I say to that, okay, well, yes, but look at all the evil women that were behind all those evil men. So even with Epstein, the Ghislaine Maxwell, they'd ended their marriage or whatever kind of relationship they had by the time that most of the terrible shit we know about was happening. The girl who took her own life, that was apparently taken from Trump's massage parlor or whatever, Ghislaine sent her to Epstein. You look at most of what men do in the world, it's with rare exceptions, I'd say. There are definitely those individuals that have other goals and other purposes. But the vast majority of things that men do in the world are either for women or in response to women. You know? They talk about the 3 Ps, which, if you're not aware of that, it's profit, pussy, power. The biggest one of those is pussy. And I think, like, even if you look at the other two, profit and power for many men are just a way to attract women. And I think the reason for that is just simple evolutionary biology, right? It's literally what we were created to do. It's the singular purpose that we biologically were given in life is to procreate. And the only way to do that is through women. I would say I've done many years of deep philosophical thought. I have reached conclusions that most people can't comprehend, to the point that I feel like I often need to use analogies to convey what are just incredibly simple, basic thoughts that I understood back in high school, but like grown adults can't even fucking begin to comprehend. It's so frustrating to me how small-minded and selfish most people are. But when I look at the world and zoom out as far as I can, this is what it looks like to me. Men may run the world, but women rule it. Because, for the most part, women rule men. I promise you, your girlfriends, if you're a woman watching this, cares more about whether you're a size 0 than just about any other man you've ever been with. And if he does care about that, you should probably find yourself a man that's not bitch made. Now, don't get me wrong, I think being fit is important, especially if you want to live a long and happy life. We talked about the importance of working out and being fit earlier, but being so disgustingly skinny that you can see your bones through your skin and you fit in like child-sized clothing, that's not healthy either. In fact, that can be just as dangerous, if not more so, than being obese, right? But just to really finish this point before I move on, and I'm not even procrastinating. This is just something I've wanted to talk about a long time that haven't really talked about before. We can do a whole video specifically on this type of stuff. But we talked about hypocrisy a lot. And this is where I feel like is the greatest struggle for women, is hypocrisy. The whole believe all women but don't believe any men. You also see it with so many statements. Like, a woman will tell you that, oh, men just want nothing but sex. They'll fuck anything. And then in the next sentence, that woman will say, oh, but men have these impossible beauty standards for women. Well, it's like, which one's true? Are they gonna fuck anything, or do they have impossible beauty standards for you? They both can't be true. And it's the first one. Men are pigs, definitely. That's the true one. The impossible beauty standards come from other women. I've never seen anyone put women down as much as other women do. Except for just like the most disgusting, depraved men that are trying to manipulate the hell out of women, like Andrew Tate and those other fake ass alpha bro pieces of shit. I'd say he's not even an alpha bro, he's more of a stigma bro. He's like this weird combination of both. If you're not really aware of what the difference is, the alpha bros are like oh, I'm so tough, I'm in your face, I'm a badass, I'm the alpha wolf type, even though they clearly know nothing about how wolves actually operate. The Sigma bros are like the guys that pretend to really care about women, but they're just trying to get in your head and manipulate you. They're like, I don't even know how to perfectly describe it, but I feel like Andrew Tate kind of exudes both of those energies, but if you look at the way he behaves, he's actually more of a beta bitch made man, because all he ever does is run from the consequences of his actions and try and hide and just constantly lies and never keeps his word. Like, he was the most anti-crypto dude ever, and then he just starts his own crypto economy. Like, all right, I'm rambling. I need to refocus. So let's get some Nectar of the Gods real quick. Clearly, I got all kinds of smoke for everyone, right? This is not an anti-woman video. We're just talking about the terrible things that women specifically have done to me. Maybe in like a couple months or weeks or however long it takes me to heal from all this skin I'm shedding right now, we can do a fuck men video too. But about all the terrible things they've done to me. None of them were sexual though, just to be clear. Because you know how the internet be. They'll take every little way to twist your words. It really started in high school, where women would just start using me for my intelligence. And men did it too, but it was different for women, right? I was like never very much of like into dating or anything like that. And I think it was 7th or 8th grade, people would ask me like, so which girl do you have a crush on? It was 7th grade. I remember, because I didn't actually have a crush on a girl until 8th grade. People would ask me, so like, which girl do you have a crush on? I was like, I'm supposed to have a crush on a girl? Okay. So me being the kind of neurodivergent, highly logical individual I am, I actually wrote down a list of like pros and cons of like, I was trying to figure out which video to buy or something like that. I was like, well, this one's kind of pretty, but this one's way smarter. This one's nice to me. This one's funny, right? And at that point, I'd already been picked on a lot in my life, mostly by other men. It was really bad in fifth and sixth grade. Like, they would just make so much fun of me, and I didn't realize it until much, much later that the men were threatened by my intelligence and also by my gentleness. I didn't realize people were threatened by my intelligence until high school, which is when I stopped hiding. I started hiding my intelligence to fit in better, but people knew anyways, right? I didn't realize until like way after college that men were threatened by my like gentleness and my kind of zero giving a fucks attitude. Just, I feel like the being threatened by intelligence part is pretty easy for most people to understand, but why were men threatened by my gentleness, right? It's because there are lots of hierarchies in the world, and especially within male social groups, there is this kind of social hierarchy, and it's the same thing in female social groups. It just presents itself differently, where somebody's got to be the king, right? And I've never given a fuck about hierarchies at all in my life. So it's like you get these like really petty, small-minded, egotistical bullies, and I just wouldn't give them any attention. And that's a threat to them, right? Because in their head, they're the king. So if I'm not paying attention to them, then I'm not one of their subjects. And they would try to beat me into submission, either verbally or physically. And eventually I find out the bullies stop hitting you when you hit them harder than they hit you. But it took me a lot longer to figure out the way women would manipulate me. Like, by the time I got to high school, I'd figured out how to deal with men, and that I was like, do you ever read the book Outsiders? I was kind of the outsider, but not that like level. Like, that's probably a little bit of a romanticization of type shit, but I literally, I don't know how I never got in trouble for this. And it was, for me, it wasn't even being edgy. It was just logical, because I'd been a Boy Scout since I was like very, very young. And one of the first things you do as a Cub Scout, which is like Boy Scouts for young boys, was you get your totem shit, which was basically like a permit to have a pocket knife with you in the Cub Scouts. So from a very, very young age, I always had a pocket knife with me. And I thought it was the stupidest thing that I wasn't allowed to keep my knife in my pocket in high school. So I just did it anyways. Literally every day throughout my entire high school career, I always had a knife on me. And a lot of my friends knew that. And a lot of people that weren't my friends and maybe even considered themselves my enemies, I think they knew that too, right? So don't get me wrong, there were like a lot of street kids that were way edgier and way more confrontational than I was. But I was like I think a lot of people saw me as like the quiet, dangerous kid. And why do I think that? Well, I took this humanities class, which was social studies and history, social studies and English combined, right? And at the end of it, we did like I don't know what they're called, when you like vote people for different things, like most likely to become a celebrity or most likely to become the most president. The one that the class voted me for was most likely to have a secret evil plot to take over the world. I got a little bag of army guys as like the from the teacher as like the award for that. And I ended up using them as target practice with my airsoft gun. Now, even as much effort as I'd put into hiding my intelligence by the time I was in high school, like clearly people recognized it because they loved having me for group projects, right? I like couldn't understand why these same girls that would want to like sit next to me in class and like want to be my partner would refuse to even acknowledge that they knew me in the hallway. And it was because I was a creepy, unpopular weirdo, right? They just wanted to use me to get a good grade and then pretend I didn't exist because they didn't want to be seen to know me. And that's just a minor thing, really. You know, I learned to live with it. But I'm just kind of setting the stage for I was never really good with women to begin with. Let's put it that way. I think I asked at least 10 different girls to go out with me in high school. Never got a single date. There were two that said yes, but then stood me up. One of them stood me up to prom. So clearly, and I want to be 100% clear. I'm not really necessarily blaming them for that. I think the two that stood me up were pretty shitty. But the rest of them, it was like, yeah, I definitely was like kind of an idiot. I needed more experience talking to women, learning how to talk to women. But to be fair, we never really had to talk when I was a kid. So I had to figure all that shit out my own through trial and error. But the things that like I have on the list. The first one definitely happened in high school. The rest are all in college. But this is more of like a general thing on society. Because it's weird that it's still burned into my brain, even though it didn't really negatively affect me in any serious way. It was more like, especially the way I was just as a kind of neurodiverse kid, more of like a embarrassing curiosity to me when it happened. Women used to touch me without my permission a lot, and especially older women, because I was, and not necessarily older women, but women that were adults when I was still a minor. And I know part of it was because I was in great shape, right? I used to play all the sports: baseball, basketball, football, soccer, volleyball, ultimate frisbee. It didn't matter what it was. I would just play the sport. It wasn't even like a jock mentality. I'm just a highly competitive individual who loves being physical, right? I hated the jocks. I was like, the jocks were probably my least favorite dudes in high school. There was this one guy, Matt. He was like, I'm not gonna say his last name, because I don't want to bring any hate on any people I knew from high school, of course. But there was this guy named Matt. He was a bit of a bully. Um, he had a whole bunch of like track records. I think he set track records for shot put and stuff like that. We had the same gym class, and I would get so mad at him because he would never square up with me in dodgeball. I just always wanted to take this dude down. Like, I'm sure he could have uh, beat me in like all the tracks sports. I was better than him at like basketball and volleyball and dodgeball though. So it was like anything I knew I could beat this guy at. I just wanted to go head to head with me, but he was afraid. And ironically, I remember one time specifically, I was so focused on this dude that I didn't even see this little woman, literally one of the shortest, smallest girls in our gym class. I was so focused on watching this Matt dude, like trying to take him down and knock him out, because he was like the biggest threat on my radar. This girl hit me in the face with the dodgeball so hard she knocked me on my ass, and I felt really embarrassed about that. Uh, Interesting. Of course, I was like, after I wasn't embarrassed on her, I was kind of crushing on her after that. But after I wasn't embarrassed anymore. But I was impressed. She was able to throw the ball that hard. And I think that's one of the defining moments in my life where I learned that the biggest threat in the room is never the biggest threat in the room. Well, let's put it, the most obvious threat in the room is never the biggest threat in the room. And that was one of the big things of where my awareness starting to improve way back in high school. But I still didn't really understand the way, especially older women would treat me. And I think the other reason why is because I was just a very gentle individual when I was younger. Used to, I didn't understand the definition of humility, right? I've always tried to live my life according to the mantra, what would Jesus do? And humility is a big thing, right? But for most of my life, I didn't understand the difference between being humble and being a human doormat. So I used to just let people take advantage of me. And I thought that was being humble. But it was really just being cowardly. Not standing up for myself. And the first thing on the list that I want to talk about is I remember this time I was at Kennywood. I don't remember whether it was Kennywood Day. If you're not aware, Kennywood is the big theme park in Pittsburgh, which I've been to a lot. And it's not even a big theme park. It's just the like main theme park, really the only one in Pittsburgh, unless you count like the water park. But I was in line for this ride called the Exterminator, an indoor coaster, one of the best coasters they have there. I generally didn't like indoor coasters because I felt they were kind of lame. I liked the big, huge adrenaline bursts from like the Steel Phantom, and the Thunderbolt was pretty good too. But like I remember, I think it was Hershey Park. has the mouse or something like that. That coaster is lame as fuck. But the Exterminator, that was pretty decent for as far as indoor coasters go. Still doesn't compare to anything like X Flight or anything like that. But it was fun. And it was one of the few roller coasters that my dad would ride. And my mom liked it a lot too. So I liked that roller coaster a lot because, I got to ride it with my parents. It had like, I think, 4 people per car. It had like individual cars instead of more like the long train type thing. And we were in line for this roller coaster. And all of a sudden, I just feel someone spank me really, really hard. And there was this group of like college age girls, maybe even older than that, behind me. And they were just all giggling. And I could tell it was one of them, but I couldn't tell which one. And I just felt like insanely embarrassed. And I don't even know what the other word I'm looking for is. It was an absolute invasion of my personal space that I, especially as a kind of neurodivergent individual, didn't really know how to deal with. And especially since I couldn't figure out exactly which one of them did it, I didn't say anything about it. And it's crazy that like that one specific instance is still burned into my mind, even though it happened when I was probably like, I don't know, 15 or something. It's hard to guess. I was in high school and I don't remember what year it happened. But pretty messed up. I just want to say that if a guy had done that to a young girl, how do you think society would react about that? Towards that. But it's okay for women to do it, apparently. You hear about those women that like are high school teachers that sexually assault a high school student, and people are like, oh yeah, but I bet he liked it. It's not even the point. Regardless of whether he liked it or not, it's just wrong. It was too young to know any better. It shouldn't happen at all. It's fucking disgusting that women are just allowed to get away with it. And men will have their whole life ruined for doing the exact same thing or even something less. I'm not saying any leeway should be given to the men too. I would like to go off on some people. Let's just say maybe some point in the future I'll do a whole video ranting about Destiny and Dr. Disrespect, but I don't want to get too far off topic, right? We've already done enough rambling for one day. I need to actually pee real quick. The coffee's going through me. But that's the least bad of all of them. And it's more just a general example of things like older women would get too handsy when they hugged me and things like that. Just all kinds of little things used to happen. And I didn't say anything because, part of it is like, as a man, I wasn't supposed to say anything. And for a while, it was almost so common that I kind of accepted it as normal. But my coffee's empty. Well, there's one sip left. And I need to pee. So before we get into the really heavy stuff, I'm going to take a real quick break and refill my coffee, relieve my bladder, and then I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. This time, I actually put the pumpkin spice creamer in it, and it's pretty good with this coffee. It's really good with this coffee. It tastes like actual pumpkin pie. You know, there's like kind of two pumpkin pies. There's the sweet, like the really sweet pumpkin pie. It's almost like sweet potato sweet. I don't really like that kind of pumpkin pie. But then there's the very like flavorful with all the spices. That's what this tastes like. But yeah. So we're about to get to the actual heavy, more specific shit right now. And besides one, I feel like each kind of gets progressively worse, right? I don't even want to talk about any of this stuff to begin with. I feel like I just need to move past it because it's been weighing me down for too long. And you can't fly while you have a whole bunch of rocks strung around your neck. And I need to get them out of my neck. So, feel like this is perhaps the only way I can figure out to yank that blade out. I didn't lose my virginity until I was in college, which was like, it's like a weird thing. But if there's any kids watching this, like, don't lose your virginity. Like, the way I'm phrasing that is that just me like, don't worry about it. There's a weird thing. I don't know if it still exists in like high school and college in the culture the way it did when I was growing up. But there was a weird thing that it was just like if you were a virgin, you were a loser type mentality, right? And that was really one of the only social pressures I ever felt. You know, uh, in college, I made some great friends. In high school, I made some great friends too. Most of them in middle school. Oddly enough, I don't like talk to any of these people anymore. But hopefully, our paths will cross again. I've just been on such an insane growth journey over the past decade that most of them couldn't follow me, and I hope at some point we'll cross paths again. I intend to reach out to a bunch of people once I've dealt with all these demons. But it might be another decade or so before I'm ready to do that. Although I'm hoping this will be a really big step that will clear the rest of my headspace, or at least most of it. So, I did kind of feel the social pressure to lose my virginity, but it wasn't super strong. I still had, just always had this really intense moral compass. And I don't understand how some people appear to utterly lack one. Because for me, it's like so ingrained into my being that it really fucks up my life. You know, I just, I have a lot of difficulty lying to the point where sometimes it's just actually physically impossible for me. I've gotten myself into so much trouble just by telling the truth when everyone else was lying. Most of the terrible things that have happened to me in my life happened because I refused to go along with the evil everyone else was doing. And I don't think these specific instances are really that, but there were, what that little like aside, that tangent there is, there were opportunities I had in college, like at college specifically, to lose my virginity before it actually happened, that I turned down, right? And like in both situations that like come to the forefront of my mind, it was just because I felt like the girl was just too drunk. Even though I'd kind of been drinking myself, and I was pretty stoned in one of the situations, she was just like obviously a mess. And I was like, yeah, there's no way. And the ironic thing is when it actually happened, it kind of ended up being in a similar but exact opposite situation, right? So it happened over the summer between certain years. I don't earlier years in college. I don't remember which one. Definitely wasn't between junior and senior year. It would have been either between freshman and sophomore, or sophomore or junior year, obviously, because what else years could it be? I think it was probably between sophomore and junior year. I think I was 21 and she was 20. And it was actually one of my sister's friends at the time. And someone I'd known for a very, very long time. We grew up in the same neighborhood. And recently, she'd been making the rounds with my friend group, to say the least. And I guess it was just kind of my turn. She had this crush on one of my other friends, but he'd like effectively hit it and quit it, to say the least. And so she just kept moving on to other guys. And I was working at, it had to be between freshman and sophomore year, because I was working at the borough between semesters. I've always worked since I was like 16. As early as I could get a work permit. I think I even started working at 15 before I could get a work permit as a softball umpire. I did it. It was the year I turned 16, but the softball season started before I actually turned 16. So the umpire was like, just shh, don't get me in trouble, but you can start umpiring like a month before you turn 16. Just like, you didn't umpire any games until you turned 16. I was like, okay, sounds good to me. I just want the money, right? $30 per game. Max of 2 hours per game. You know, back in 2006, $15 an hour, that was great money for a 16-year-old. Hell, that's great money today still, unfortunately. You look at fucking starting wages for an adult, it's $12 an hour. It's like, what the fuck? It's literal wage slavery. But I'm rambling again. I just want to get this done with. Let me refocus. I was working over the summer, as I always did. I've worked since I was 16, so it was just force of habit that when I was back for the summer, I would work. And this year in particular, I had decided to work for the Borough Public Works. And one of the reasons why is because I had been a firefighter since I was 16 at this point. And the coolest thing about working for the Borough Public Works was it was the only job that I could respond to fire calls while I was working, and kind of still got paid for it, right? Now, legally, as a volunteer firefighter, you're supposed to be able to leave work and go respond and put out fires, but like the reality is if you do that, you're probably going to lose your job, which is kind of fucked up. So, especially since I was away for college so much, and I didn't get to respond and fight fires at all while I was at college, this summer I wanted to work for the Borough Public Works. And that's how I know exactly what summer this happened now. Because this was the only summer I did that. I didn't end up liking that job very much. A lot of problems with it. The worst one was that I had to get up like at the crack of dawn. But that wasn't really the worst one. There were other issues, but that was definitely one of the biggest problems. So, a Thursday night, and I know it was a Thursday night because I had to work the next morning, and I didn't even really want to go. But, you know, my sister's friends and all of us, like, we used to drink. Like, I was good friends with her friends and stuff, so we would just hang out at this girl's house and we'd like all drink together. Like, her friend groups and my friend groups were kind of intertwined, but it's crazy because, like, hey Charlie, I got along with my sister's friends and my sister got along with my friends, but some of our friends didn't get along, and it would cause some interesting interactions. Like, I remember one time one of my friends was having like a little argument with one of her friends, and her friend was a little larger than the rest of us, and my friend made a comment about the sidewalk having a weight limit, and my sister chased him through like half of the town. But needless to say, it wasn't uncommon. Like, we would go to their Halloween parties and stuff. It was just, there was a lot of crossover between our friend groups. We were just all hanging out together. My sister's about a year younger than I am. What's up, Charlie? Just begging for attention, huh? So one of her friends texts me. She's like, "Hey, come over. We're having a party tonight." I was like, I don't know. I'm good. I've got to work tomorrow. Because I'm always pretty responsible individual generally. I didn't like ever show up hungover to work. And in fact, that was one of the things that annoyed me about working at this place. Is like some of the other summer help guys, they would do that like almost every fucking day. There was this one guy in particular, he used to just sleep hungover in the dump truck while like I would mow this entire grass section that led up to this overpass onto the highway. And I didn't say anything about it because, you know what? I didn't really care for the most part. I've had much worse coworkers than that guy. But it's relevant because I kind of was like, you know what? If these guys do it like 3 or 4 times a week, not even a week, but like they do it like a couple times a week, 3 or 4 times a month, just constantly showing up hungover to work and actually sleeping in the truck, which even if I was hungover, I wouldn't have done. I've powered through some days hungover before in my life, you know. I was like, you know what, fuck it, I can do it once. So like after my one sister's friend begging me to come over and like drink with them that night, I kind of just gave in because I was like, whatever. What's the worst that can happen, right? I like didn't miss any days at work ever. Not saying that I've never taken a sick day, just it's like was very rare or anything like that. So I was like, the worst that can happen is I wake up and I'm just so hungover that I have to call in sick. And I don't think I'd taken any sick days yet that summer at all. So I was fine with that. And man, I wish that's the worst that could have happened. But I get over there and it felt like a little awkward at first because it was weird in that there was only this my sister's friend that had texted me, her boyfriend, and then my sister's friend whose house it was. And normally it was just like a big group, right? I was like, okay, well, I guess like other people are just on their way because I think it was still kind of early and they just haven't showed up yet. There was like a lot of alcohol out, so I figured it was going to be just like a whole group thing, right? But the one that texted me, she was like very insistent that I catch up. Started like plying me with alcohol, made me do 3 shots as soon as I showed up. And that should have been like the first red flag that something was up because it never really been a thing that happened before. Generally, it was just like everyone drinks at their own pace and we'll do like drinking games or something like that. I'd never had anyone just be like, yeah, so do these 3 shots right off the bat. Uh, we were drinking a lot that night, and that's probably the drunkest I've ever been, with maybe an exception for Germany. I was one night in particular I got really drunk in Germany, but and I think 2 nights in college that would be comparable. Uh, but it's definitely a top five easy drunkest I've ever been, and it was definitely the drunkest I've got in a really short amount of time. Right? Normally, when I like the equivalent times I got, it was like we'd just been like drinking all night kind of thing. But this night in particular, my sister's friend got me really drunk really fast. And then like once I was like good and feeling it, she like took me aside really quick. And she was like, "You've lost your virginity, right?" And I lied. I said, "Yeah, yeah, of course." That's like one of the only lies I've ever told in my life. And yeah, God made me regret it. It like I didn't understand why she was asking that, right? But like looking back, it's completely obvious. So it's kind of just like normal party stuff for a while, except for I'm way drunker than normal because she just keep feeding me all this alcohol. And we're just, it's like flashes. It's one of the few nights that I like have actual memory lapses from drinking. It was that much alcohol. Um, Not long after that, I remember we were playing beer pong. And then it like seemed just like a normal party at first, except for those little weird things where like where the fuck was everyone else? At that point it was still just the four of us, but I wasn't like, I was so drunk that I wasn't even like being my normal aware, putting all the pieces together self. Sure, that was part of the plan, right? Uh, and then the next thing I remember, uh, me and my sister's friend, whose house it was, were making out on the couch with her, with the other friend and her boyfriend on the couch next to us. And, you know, then we go upstairs to one of the bedrooms and start having sex. She takes my virginity. And then in the middle of it, she just randomly starts crying, just suddenly out of nowhere, which was really, really confusing for me. And the friend who had texted me to come over in the first place, she's like, "Oh, don't worry about it." She was with her boyfriend in the same room. Uh, she like sends me home. And she was like, "Yeah, don't worry about it. That's just her being herself." And then, like, I was so drunk, I barely even understood what was going on most of the night. But at first, I was like kind of okay with it because of the whole social pressure of, especially having been someone that, like, always kind of been mistreated by women. Uh, I just didn't want to be a loser virgin anymore. So I just went with the flow. Mm, let her friend used me for sex, right? Because clearly that's what she was doing. She slept with like all my other friends, so I guess it was just my turn. But she woke up. I woke up the next morning extremely, extremely hungover, but not to the point that I didn't feel like I couldn't go into work. You know, at this point, I'd been to college, right? Had a little bit of experience of puking in the toilet and then going to class anyways. So I wake up. I remember I had this little garbage can in my bedroom. Immediately just puke in the garbage can. And then I was thinking of possibly going to work. Uh, so I checked my phone because I was like, just in case I can't get myself ready in time, I might be like, hey, I'm going to be like 30 minutes late, or I would. It was like 50-50 as to whether or not I'd be going into work. And if I did go into work that Friday, it was potentially going to be showing up late. So I was getting ready to maybe text my boss, and I looked at my phone, and I just have a bunch of text messages from my sister's other friend, this one that took my virginity. And she was accusing me of raping her, which was utterly a shock to me. Because for two reasons. One, I think that's one of the most terrible crimes anyone can ever do to anyone. So I would never do it. Like, literally, there were so many situations in college where I just felt like the girl was too drunk, even though she clearly wanted it, at least in that drunken state. So I said no. I was like, you know what? I am gonna go home and watch some stupid YouTube videos and go to sleep. You can leave with some other guy. It happened at least 2 times, maybe 3 times in college. And so it was something I would have never done to begin with. And secondly, even though there are like parts of the night I couldn't remember, I definitely remembered that she was the one on top of me. She was the one really driving the whole thing, right? So I just knew that wasn't true. But it still really fucked me up. Like, I don't even know how to describe how I felt. Especially because even though I knew it wasn't true, I was like 99.99% sure it wasn't true. There was that like 0.01% in my mind that was like, well, what if it is? Like, she was gaslighting me hard. And I ended up calling off work that day because that really, really messed me up. I just couldn't handle it. But it didn't end there. It became this thing where, like, she just started telling everyone I did it. Like everyone in our friend group. And the crazy thing is, like, all of them knew it wasn't true. I had a talk with my sister about it, and she knew it wasn't true. And she was just like, yeah, thank you for telling me. It was really weird to talk to my sister about that. I was like, hey, so your friend, she was like, yeah, I know. I really love my sister a lot, especially for like the grace she showed in that moment. But that other friend, she would just keep it going for years, to the point where even years later on the street, she would just be like out walking her dog, and I'd be like walking to a different job or something. And she'd still keep gaslighting me about it, to the point where for like 3 years, I just didn't even want to talk to women at all after that. 2 years, whatever it is. I'm not doing all the math right now. But I just didn't even want to talk to women at all. Because like at that point, I'd always been huge about consent in general, especially because like the way women had invaded my personal space a lot when I was younger. And consent just didn't make sense to me at that point anymore, right? Because it's like, if she can be the one that made that decision and even pushed me to it when I hadn't even wanted to really do that in the first place, but they got me drunk enough to take advantage of me, and then suddenly change her mind, and now I'm the problem. It's always been really hard for me to trust women with anything after that, just because, and that was really the incident that gave me like a kind of type of PTSD, where if a woman started hitting on me, it felt like an attack. Because anytime a woman showed like any kind of interest in me, my brain was just like, she's gonna take you home, and then she's gonna do all kinds of things to you, and then she's gonna claim that it was all your fault and that she didn't want any of it, even though she's the one that did all of it. So I, for like pretty much the rest of college, I just really didn't want anything to do with women in a sexual manner at all. There were a couple girls that I kind of had crushes on and would just talk to, but I really just kept them at arm's length as friends, you know? Until the summer before my senior year, right? We're going, yeah. Summer before my senior year, I was talking with a fellow firefighter. We actually met on Facebook, just from like the we had mutual firefighter friends, right? She was a firefighter at a town like 2 towns down from my town, 3 towns, whatever. It was like, I think it was actually 4 towns. I don't remember exactly, but it was so in the fire department, especially with volunteers, there's what's called mutual aid agreements where to share manpower and equipment, even if you have um, a fire or like an accident in your place, you're going to call people from the next town over just because, like, maybe you need a ladder and you only have an engine. Just random thing. Engines pump, ladders put up ladders, and that's a gross generalization of it. Most ladders are actually quints these days, so they carry pumps, but usually what happens is it's called the truck company, but I didn't want to just say truck because people think like everything's just a fire truck, but we call them apparatus as a general term. But usually what happens is like an engine company will go in the front door and do interior operations with hoses, and the truck company will go up on the roof and like vent and do exterior operations with tools. That's just a gross generalization. It may be different in other areas, but that's how we had it set up. So also you have all these group trainings together, so it ends up being one of those things where even though she was in a company that was far enough that they weren't on our run card, which is what it's called, so it's like dispatch has what's called this run card, and whenever a call comes in, they'll be like, oh, so this is a house fire in this town, so we're gonna call the engine from this place. Well, we're gonna hit out everything from this place because it's their hometown, and then we're also gonna call the truck company from this place, and they're gonna do roofing stuff, and we're gonna call the rescue from this company, and they're gonna do RIT, which is like for when a firefighter goes down inside and other fires need to go down and get him out. So the combination of like the run cards and training, even though technically she was far enough away that we didn't really run calls with her company, it was just friend of a friends type thing. Like we both had friends in a company that was halfway between our departments and things like that. And so we just started commenting on friends' posts on Facebook, started talking to each other. Eventually, we started messaging. And then when I got back from college, we started dating. That was actually the first year ever that I didn't work the entire summer, but I worked primarily just because I wanted to spend most of the summer with her. And I still worked half the summer though, because it was my second year at this place called Upward Bound, which is, it's basically they take first generation college students that don't have like a parent to teach them how to be successful in college with like financial aid and all that stuff. And they teach them about all that stuff. And then to graduate the program, you need to come and stay for like, I think it was 6 weeks on the college campus. And you have a college student teach you the reins. You're called a tutor counselor. Each individual has about 10 students, at least the way we did it in our program, that is part of their team. And that's the counselor half. And the tutor half, you have an area where each individual specializes, and I was our performing arts and specialist, really. I helped with like the creative writing and history a little bit too, because I was also studying poli-sci. I helped with that stuff. But really my main focus there was as the performing arts tutor for like music and acting and all that stuff. The first year I worked there, between my sophomore and junior year, it was the second half of the summer. The first half, I went back to working at the old place I used to be as a maintenance guy, which I actually ended up going and working there full time after college. But the second year, I took the first half of the summer off and didn't work at all, just because I wanted to spend as much time as I could with this girl. We spent almost every day together for that entire summer. It was like a picture perfect relationship for most of it. Kind of like almost out of a movie. But then for the second half of the summer, I had to go back to Upward Bound. And ironically, Upward Bound has got its own thing we're going to talk about. This is a little bit out of order chronologically, but I think it'll make sense once I get to it. That was too much distance for my girlfriend. She just couldn't handle the long distance relationship stuff. And even though I would take the bus back on weekends sometimes, I couldn't do it every weekend, and it was a very short weekend, because since it was like a summer camp type thing for the students, we only got a day and a half for the weekend. So basically what would happen is it was a 7-hour bus ride. As soon as we got off work on Friday, I would take the bus back, or like whatever time I could. Often it was like 3 a.m. And I'd like get there and I'd spend all of Saturday with her. But then we needed to be back at work late Sunday so we could start for the next week. So basically I would just take the bus back, spend 7 hours on the bus, spend the day with her, and then immediately get on the bus to go back to school, to work at the college. And that wasn't cheap. That was like a $90 bus ride. So I was spending like $180 each weekend I went back to go see her. And I mostly slept on the bus during those weekends. But it just still wasn't really enough. And she started like talking less and less. But I was like, okay, that's fine. We're just going through a little bit of an issue, right? It'll all be better once I'm done with this job and we can spend a little more time together. And I had this big plan, right? I was planning, she was 19 and graduating high school that year. She was a senior, and she was, I think, a year behind because she'd moved out from California. Don't date California girls. They're just, it's risky, to say the least. They're different. Just everyone from California has this weird mentality that I can't understand. But also, don't ever date in college. If you're in college, just focus on your grades. You're there for school. You shouldn't really drink or party either, but that's a little bit different, but definitely don't date in college. Because I had this big plan where I was like, you know what? Everything's just going to be better. Because was planning to take the bus back specifically for her graduation party and everything. I even went to her actual graduation, and I was planning a big gesture. Hey, stop. He's like chewing on my hand. He's just begging for that much attention. You're almost as bad as a girlfriend. You know that, Charlie. But what happened was I was on the cross country team. Or I think I used to be on the cross country team, but I was no longer on the cross country team. But I still had this hoodie from the cross country team. Yeah, at that point I was no longer on the cross country team because I was more focusing on my grades. I started to get more serious with school my junior year, and I was a double major. I was majoring in both political science and theater arts, although I ended up dropping theater just to focus on the poli-sci junior year and stuck with that through senior year, primarily because the theater department of that school was just absolutely fucked. It was terrible. But I was focusing on my grades a lot at that. I don't even remember what I was saying. Damn it, Charlie, you got me all messed up. He's just on my lap now, begging for attention. Look at you, kitty. He's just resting on my arm. All right. So I had this big plan where, oh yeah, I wasn't doing cross country anymore because I was focusing on my grades. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do this nice gesture. I'm gonna give her this hoodie with my name on it. And for me, at least in my head, that was kind of like the equivalent of a promise ring, you know? I was like pretty sure at that point that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with this woman. But so much so, in fact, that I went and I got like one of those Pandora style bracelets. It wasn't like the actual Pandora brand, I don't think, but it was one of those bracelets that had like the multiple links where you could take them and add other links to it to like customize it. I bought that for her. I spent like an entire damn paycheck on it. And I put that in the hoodie pocket. And that was like this gift I had planned for her as her graduation present. So we go there, we go to her graduation, and then we go to her graduation party later that night. And she's just spending, I give her the gift and she like barely even reacts to it. I don't think she even opened the bracelet. Like I was like, there's something in the pocket, and she would just was like kind of non-reactive about it. She was like, yeah, I felt it, and I don't think she even opened the bracelet. That was really heartbreaking for me. But I didn't even mean to talk about all this because it's kind of just something else that's set up for the bad stuff. What I would say was like really the bad stuff where like the abuse that I'm talking about. She didn't really ever abuse me. She just broke my heart. I want to be very clear. She spent most of this graduation party like just being really cute with this other guy who I didn't know at all and was being really confrontational with me the whole time. And towards like the end of the party, I was kind of like, hey, what's going on here? And she was like, oh, you don't really need to worry about him. He's just my best friend. And I think I knew, even though I didn't want to admit it to myself, that that's when it was over. Because, like, when we first started dating, she told me I was her best friend, right? And I've done lots of traveling my whole life, you know. My extended family lived about 3 hours away from where my parents and I were living. So for holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas, we'd just be on the road constantly. And it was a 5 hour drive by myself to school from Pittsburgh. So a 7 hour bus ride wasn't really that bad normally, but I think that 7 hour bus ride back after that graduation party was probably the longest 7 hours of my life. Because I was just stuck on this fucking aluminum cigar tube, and all I could do was think about all that bullshit. And she was just, I think we were texting a lot. And she was like insistent we were still together. But then 2 days later, effectively, on a Tuesday, I think it was. It's weird that this is like one of the only, I don't remember dates, but I'm pretty sure this was a Tuesday. She just randomly broke up with me. No warning, just decided. And that was, at that point, the absolute worst day of my life. Because not only did she like, she didn't even like talk to me directly. I found up when I woke up and I logged into Facebook before we had to like get the students ready for class, and she changed our relationship status just out of the blue. And I was so pissed. I think I actually wrote something on her wall, and it was like an angry poem. And then she started texting me, and she was really mad at me, and she was like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. I was like, well, you should have fucking told me. She was like, I did. I sent you a letter and an email. And we'd like never really talked in email before, ever. I think the only reason we even had each other's emails was because I'd like probably needed to send her something else for something. I don't even know, like, I don't know if we'd ever sent an email before that. So I don't know how she expected me to like read an email for her before I would see anything else. And as if that wasn't bad enough, then the other guy, who never met this guy before in my life, by the way, he started texting me. And I was like, I guess she must have given him my number for some reason. And I was just like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? This has nothing to do with you. Just leave me alone and let me figure this out. And then on top of that, we got hit by the remnants of a hurricane at the school that day, and we couldn't find two of the students, or maybe it was three of the students. It was two or three of the students. So this just gets sprung on me out of nowhere after 2 days ago she told me it wasn't going to happen. After I made this huge gesture, spent a bunch of money to go see her, and then she sends some random dude after me while I'm like literally running around campus in the middle of what was still like almost tropical storm strength, looking for these two missing students. We did eventually find them. They were in one of the computer labs, perfectly safe in a basement. But that day was fucking insane. And it didn't actually break me, but it did really mess me up. I started heavily medicating with marijuana after that. During the week, I didn't really, because I was still doing the Upward Bound stuff. I think that was one of the worst parts about it, was I still had to do all of this stuff for these kids. And especially because I was like the performing arts guy, I always had to have this strong, happy, I guess facade is the best word. And even though the students had like some level of autonomy, they would, we still did things like walk them as a group to their classes just for student safety and things like that. Because keep in mind, these were still high school students. The vast majority of them were minors. And I think probably all of them were, but there were some students that were like a higher level, which may have been 18, but those were like more assistants. I forget what they called those students. But the point is, all these kids were kids still. So we couldn't just let them walk around campus without supervision. So I had to walk them to their classes. And I was like barely keeping it together so much that I would walk them to their class, and then I would just immediately leave the classroom once they were with their teacher and go cry in the bathroom for like 15 or 20 minutes. It was like especially hard for 3 reasons. 2 we're going to talk about now because they're kind of the same point on the list, and the third one is number 4 on the list, which is what like the main focus of this whole thing is. Not just like the broken heart stuff, but the actual, there was like some abuse I had to put up with at the same time. But the first reason it was kind of hard was that, you know, being high school kids, they had these little couples. We were very careful to make sure there wasn't any fraternization, because it was like summer camp basically, and they were in, it was all in the same dorm, but they were on different floors in the dorm, right? And like, you weren't allowed to be a guy on the girls' floor, you weren't allowed to be a girl on the guys' floor, but they do little cutesy things like walk to class holding hands and stuff. And that was really hard for me to watch after going through that really insane, difficult breakup. The other thing, though, was they gave us as tutor counselors all this notebook to like do planning and keep track of everything. And there was this weird little hole in the front of it, about this big. And me, being the fucking stupid ass, hopeless romantic that I am, I took my girlfriend's senior photo and I like taped it inside the notebook. So it was just like her face in that hole. And as soon as we broke up, I just immediately took it out of that notebook. So there was like literally no way for me to hide it. Even as much as we kept our personal lives pretty private, especially from the students. And as good as I was at really hiding my emotions, especially all the random bullshit I've been through in my life, you know, all the bullying I dealt with as a little kid, all the other things women had done to me previously, I'd very much learned to not let anything show on the surface. I had a few friends that like basically refused to play poker with me because they just can't read me at all. And I was already struggling. That was one of the few times where like I couldn't maintain my poker face. I was barely keeping it together, you know, just run into the bathroom to cry and stuff. But the fact that like her picture was just suddenly gone out of my notebook, everybody knew. And that was really difficult. But that wasn't even the worst part of it. The worst part is that while I was at Upward Bound, I had a boss who would continually sexually harass me. And it got so much worse once she knew that my girlfriend and I had broken up. This was actually the second year she was there. And it was so bad. The first year that I'd specifically told the director, the way this was organized as far as the hierarchy goes is there was a program director, there was a guidance counselor who was kind of outside the hierarchy a little bit, but definitely in a way higher ranking than us tutor counselors. And then there was a residence hall director and an assistant resident hall director, and then the tutor counselors. And it was the residence hall director that I really had problems with. She was like this disgusting, obnoxious, fat, lazy piece of shit. And that by itself, I could have dealt with. Because I've worked with so many disgusting, obnoxious, fat, lazy pieces of shit in my life that I just kind of accept that there's always going to be one of them, right? There's always that coworker. It was especially annoying that she was basically the boss because the program director was kind of removed. The program director was an actual employee of the university. So they were kind of doing double duty. It was primarily their job to just oversee everything and make sure it runs smoothly. The assistant residence director I actually got along with really well. And she honestly did way more work than the residence director ever did. But the RD was really like the field commander, so to speak, to lean back on like military and kind of first responder technology. She was the leader of the boots on the ground. So I had to deal with her every day, all day, constantly. And this wasn't like other jobs where you get to go home from it. Because since it was like a summer camp, it was from Sunday evening to Friday evening. I was stuck with this woman. And she just constantly had her hands all over me. But I didn't really feel like I could say anything. First of all, because I just was a coward that didn't really stand up for myself still back then. A lot less cowardly than I had been in previous years, but like at this point, I'd beaten the shit out of 4 different bullies that tried to, well, 3 bullies and 1 friend that got really drunk and was causing problems for everyone to the point that he literally sent a public safety officer to the hospital. So I had to restrain him until the cops showed up. So standing up to men, I had no problem with. But like standing up to women, especially a woman who was my boss, that was a whole other thing. And so basically I just did the best I could to tolerate it. And she did all kinds of like, she was just always hanging on me. Like during the meetings and stuff, she would always force me to sit next to her. And there was this one moment that it's like really, really frustrating. like, we were having a meeting, and I don't even remember how this happened or what the reasoning behind it was, but she basically had all of my other female coworkers take turns sitting on my lap. And what made it worse is that two of them were very pretty. And one I actually had a huge crush on. But I knew she was going to take her turn too. So the whole time, I had these two beautiful women sitting on my lap, and I just I devoted all of my mental energy into making sure I did not get hard, because the last thing I wanted is to be hard when that disgusting fucking piece of shit, evil bitch forced herself upon me. And through sheer force of will, I managed to keep it down. Because, like, the one that I had a crush on, she was really cute. Just the most adorable way. And the other one, she was very fit. Like, attractive fit. You know, there were extracurriculars that we would also do on top of our specialty. And the very fit one and I would switch off doing the fitness. There was like a weight room. So she was like that level of fit. And I always find fit women attractive. So even though I didn't really have a crush on that other girl, just having this extremely fit woman sit on my lap, and then this girl I actually had a crush on sit on my lap at the same time. It's just honestly, and then like knowing this disgusting, fat, obnoxious pig was gonna force herself on me after she basically forced those other two women on me. It's probably the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to me in my entire life. I'm like literally shaking just thinking about it still. And this was either 2011 or 2012. I don't remember which year that specific bullshit happened, but I had a really great relationship with a lot of the kids. I even wrote this stupid song that most of them kept singing throughout the rest of the summer. I didn't think it would be that popular. I wrote it as a joke about leaving a fucking hot dog in the rain. And of course it's raining again. And all the kids were singing it. I didn't think it would be that funny, but they loved it. And so the residence director, not the residence director, the program director really wanted me to come back and do it before my senior year too. So I was like, I loved it. Besides that residence director boss that I had. It was arguably the best job I've ever had. I loved working with the kids so much. Loved being able to like inspire their creativity and help them grow. And a lot of them came from really rough homes. So we kind of spent a lot of time being therapists in a way too, especially me, because I was like, the arts are how people let their pain off. So I developed some pretty close relationships with some of them. I'm still friends with some of them on Facebook to this day, And I mean, a lot of them ended up going kind of wacky with all the political radicalization. There's some that I just had to block eventually, but that's something else. I was like, I'll come back next year, but on one condition and one condition only. I'm not going to do it if the residence director is still there. I don't remember if I told them exactly everything she did, but I definitely told them that she was like invading my personal space at the very least. And the program director was totally fine with that. She was like, yeah, that's okay. Because this person that was the residence director was just an absolute lazy, incompetent, useless piece of shit anyways. The ARD did more of her job than she did, her assistant. So I think they kind of wanted her gone anyways. And I was like, look, I'll come back, but not if she's back. Well, I just want to say, I still, to this day, although I haven't talked with her much, have a good relationship with the old program director and her husband through Facebook, at least last time I used Facebook. Absolutely wonderful people that I love very much. But that year, she got a new job offer and moved to another college. So a new program director took over, and I don't know if he wasn't told about the agreement we'd had with the old program director, or he just didn't care. Because honestly, the program as a whole suffered under this new program director. The original program director, when I was there, was great at the job. Her and her husband helped with, he wasn't directly involved with students at all, but he helped with some of the tutor counselor training. And I love both of them a lot. But the guy that took over when she left wasn't very good. I think technically he was an interim director, and so he didn't even really seem to care about the program at all, at least from my perspective. And the worst part for me was that they brought that fucking piece of shit residence director back. But I'd already signed the contract, so I just felt like I was stuck. And at first, I was like, okay, I can do this. Because, like, I can just I've got my girlfriend as this shield, right? Like, anytime, like, she wasn't even that aggressive to begin with, especially because, like, at least the other um, tutor counselors, I think almost all, if not all, were the same as the first year. Um, they all knew I was dating someone. We kept our personal lives pretty secret from the kids. Just, you should really do that as an instructor and a mentor generally. Um, but after my girlfriend dumped me for that guy, who I'm pretty sure she cheated on me with, but I don't know for sure, for sure. However, let's just say they were way too friendly during that graduation party. Then I'm pretty sure stuff happened before we were officially broken up. And I know she didn't really have any qualms about doing that kind of stuff, because after that guy, she went and apparently my ex um, fucked a married cop in the back of his car and broke up their marriage. Or at least that's what I heard. Through the rumor mill of other people in the fire department. But anyways, the important part is that after she left me for that other guy, and I was absolutely in tatters, doing more work than I'd ever done for the program, by the way, because normally there was a teacher for each part of the program, but the theater teacher had actually left that year because she had something else going on. So not only was I the tutor counselor, but I took over as the theater teacher for part of that summer as well. And then my girlfriend broke up with me, and the stupid, evil resident director bitch was more aggressive than ever. And that summer really ruined my college career. Now, of course, in the end, it really comes down to me, right? Maybe if I'd like reached out, found a therapist to talk to all this stuff about way back then, I would have held it together. And to be honest, I managed to do all right, but I really suffered through my senior year, where after that summer, which has been the most terrible summer of my life, I kind of just constantly self-medicated with marijuana. Like, there just probably wasn't a day that I wasn't high after that. I just made myself entirely numb to the world. And I stopped going to a lot of my classes, especially the ones that didn't have any type of whatchamacallit, attendance requirement. But there were two problems that I ended up really encountering my senior year. One was this stupid ass statistics course, right? because I was kind of a little bit misled when I originally became a political science major, even though it's literally in the name. It's I thought it was more like political philosophy than political manipulation. But what political science really teaches you, it's like this is the math of how people vote, and this is how you manipulate them and fix the system and all that kind of stuff. And that's, I'm being a little facetious there, but not entirely. It's actually scary how much they know about how you're going to vote before you do. The whole system is rigged, which is why I'm entirely apolitical. It's all a big lie. It's the illusion of choice. And a lot of it just boils down to math and statistics specifically. That's why they want all your personal data, so that they know how to manipulate you better. And there was this one class I struggled with in particular, which was the statistics class. And it wasn't even that hard. It was just that I was like, the one thing that like weed will mess up your mind with the most is math. You know, it's really hard to do like any kind of math when you're high constantly. And at least for me it was. The other thing that really fucks up is motivation, right? I had like very little motivation, and even despite all of this, somehow, just like skipping all my classes, never like not being high, I still managed to keep my scholarship. I didn't actually fail any of the classes. I think I did fail one class, but it was like an elective general education class that literally didn't matter at all. I just needed to take it to fill my schedule. So I stopped going to that entirely. Because I was so brokenhearted on top of dealing with all the trauma of being sexually harassed by my boss over the summer for the second year straight, that I didn't even care to go to that class anymore. I passed the statistics class, but it wasn't with a high enough grade that was required for the major. If I hadn't been a poli-sci major, it would have been fine. But to meet the graduation requirements for that, it wasn't high enough. Also, I didn't end up finishing my term paper, more like my whatever it is, my thesis paper. Primarily because I once I didn't get the grade I needed for the statistics class, I didn't see the point, right? I was gonna have to either go back and do it over the summer, or go do another semester. And three things kind of happened. First of all, I was still like carrying all this trauma, so I didn't have the mental well-being to do that. Second of all, all my friends graduated without me. And I took that really hard. So hard, in fact, that when my sister graduated college, and remember she was a year late after me, and she went to a different school. But when my sister graduated college, I was still like so upset and broken that I didn't even go to my sister's graduation party for college. And I still feel terrible about that to this day. Oh, it was like really selfish of me to skip it. But the third thing was there were financial issues. My student loans only lasted for 4 years, and specifically those semesters. And on top of that, I kind of mentioned that my parents had always been like helicopter parents. My dad was really super controlling, especially to the point where I didn't even have access to a lot of those um, to my own financial accounts at college. So, and he's never really been great about paying bills. Back when I was in high school, I used to have to go to the local coffee shop to do homework or the library to get on the internet sometimes. And it was just because he wouldn't pay the internet bills. And there was definitely a time where they did struggle with money, but it wasn't due to a lack of income. Let's just put it that way. And he had like set up the college thing so that I actually didn't have access to my own college account. And there were parts of it that he'd like agreed to pay for. So he paid for part of my college education, but then he like didn't pay those bills on time. So I got locked out of my own college transcript. I tried to go back several years later and get my transcript so I could go finish at community college, and my college transcript was still locked down because he'd never paid the parts of it he was supposed to pay, and I didn't have like the PIN information I needed to get into the account and pay it myself. So I couldn't even get my college transcript to go back and finish school even when I wanted to. And because of that, I've just been living with all this student loan debt hanging over my head for like over a decade now, and I have jack shit to show for it. I went into the workforce immediately after college. I was a maintenance man for like 7 years. And then for like another 3 years, I did various jobs. Delivery driver for a bakery, but I ended up taking on like everything. I ended up being IT for them. I was their mini donut maker because apparently none of the actual bakers could make mini donuts as good as I could, even though I was the delivery driver. And they never gave me a raise for any of that shit. My whole life, I've just been a goddamn doormat for everyone. And the craziest thing is that's not even the worst thing that happened to me. Because after I left the bakery, because they fucked me over, but I don't want to talk about that. Um, I was really struggling to find a new job. I managed to find a part time job as a custodian for a local church and preschool, and it was the best paying job I ever had. $15 an hour. It's pathetic, right? Um, Especially when, by my calculations, the wage you need to afford the cost of living today is around $30 an hour. So I was making half of a livable wage, although that was around, that was in 2018, 2019, before the cost of living started really skyrocketing. Back then, I estimated it was around $20 an hour was, so I was still making less than the actual livable wage. But I was actually making way less than the actual livable wage and less than I'd been making at the bakery, even though my hourly wage was higher, because they had a hard limit of 15 hours per week. And I was kind of fine with that at first because I had no problem working multiple jobs. But that was when the job economy really started to suck too. And it was getting especially hard to find a job with no college degree, despite the fact that I'm like an Eagle Scout, a volunteer firefighter for 10 years at that point. You'd think these are like the type of qualities that people want to hire, but that's not actually the type of qualities people want to hire. Because you know what that says about me? It says that I'm a strong, independent individual with leadership capability. And that's not what they want to hire. They want to hire soulless slugs that they can just abuse and manipulate for 1/3 of a livable wage. So even when I did get to the interview phase, which was pretty rough, I'd do like 30 applications before I would get an interview. I considered applying for jobs my other part-time job, right? Because this was like the first time in my life I'd never had a full-time job or wasn't going to college. And I would get the interview, and I don't think they expected me to read the packet, right? Because a lot of these places that I was applying to, they'd send you like a job packet. They'd be like, all right, read the packet before the interview. So I'd be like, okay. And I'd read the packet, and it would just always confuse the hell out of me. Because I'd be like, so like on the third page, you say this, but on the seventh page, you say this. And these two things are mutually exclusive. So which one is it? And back then, I thought it was just like mistakes or that they were kind of incompetent. But now, with everything I realize about the way, because most of those were corporations, I was trying to find better jobs, you know? Um, I think it was actually just a litmus test. And they were like, okay, this guy, he's going to question our narrative and not just accept all the bullshit we feed him. So he's not the one. I think that's really what was going on. I think they intentionally put those inconsistencies in the packet to see if people would notice and use it to filter people out. Maybe that's just like tinfoil hat stuff, but that's definitely what it feels like looking back. And you know what they say about hindsight? But the worst thing that ever happened to me actually happened as a result of the fire department. The beginning of 2019, I had reached a point where I could no longer afford my own apartment. And I couldn't find a job. So, or at least a second job. And I think I actually ended up leaving that other job where I was a custodian because they just kept demanding more and more. The specific instance where I left there was I could do everything basically except gas lines. It's the one thing I wouldn't work with. But at this point, I had like 10 years in general maintenance experience. So, electricity, plumbing, drywall, even though I'm not great at drywall, I could do it. But I was mostly a custodian. I cleaned, I changed all the light bulbs, cleaned the bathrooms, vacuumed all the carpets. The whole entire place was fucking covered in carpet. Most of the time I spent there was just vacuuming the carpets. But I even got them to get me a nicer vacuum. The church kept it, right? It was a church and a preschool. It was there, it stayed there, but I did get them to upgrade to a entry level commercial vacuum cleaner instead of the shitty ass fucking Snark they had. And don't get me wrong, a Snark is good if you are like vacuuming your living room and that's it. Especially because like you can take that out and you can often take those apart and like get under the couch and stuff. But I swear to God, I had to probably vacuum a mile or two worth of carpet. So it was underpowered. As far as like rolling and stuff, it handled terribly. And it was bagless, but the container was tiny. So I had to empty it constantly. And it's, especially if you're doing commercial shit, it's way easier to just get a bag vacuum cleaner. Bag vacuum cleaners are always far superior to, so I got them to upgrade the vacuum cleaner. But if you want to know, Riccar, Riccar, best vacuum cleaning brand I've ever used in my life. But they would keep asking me to do more and more and more, especially as the seasons changed and they wanted me to start doing outdoor maintenance. And then there was like a few things. They did get people to shovel to plow the parking lot, but I think I may have had to shovel some of the sidewalks, or at least I did, because of additional snowfall, things like that. I don't remember exactly, but it was this thing where they kept asking me to do more and more things, but they wouldn't give me additional man hours. Occasionally they would. They'd be like, yeah, we'll approve an extra hour this week. And it was just like this insane penny pinching bullshit. But yet they kept asking me to do more. And I was like, I don't think you realize how time works. And for the most part, I just dealt with it. But the nail in the coffin was this one part where they needed me to replace a P-trap on a sink that was leaking. And I was like, yeah, that's no problem, but I'm going to need 2 additional hours this week. Because at that point, all the extra leeway time I had was entirely used up with all the things that were asking me to do. I was lucky to get everything done with the 15 hours. And they were like, it's a hard limit. If you go over 15 hours, we're not paying you. I was like, that's fine. I'll do as much as I can in 15 hours and then I'll call it a week. I would go in like 3 or 4 times a week because I had to I would go in at the middle of the night, just change the garbage cans in all the classrooms, like fix the bathrooms up, vacuum everything. And then I had to, for school during the week. And then I would go in before church services. And then I'd go in again after church services. So there was this one week where they were like, okay, so we need you to do this thing, P-trap. I was like, yeah, that's fine, but I'm going to need at least 2 hours to get that done because they didn't even have the parts or anything. So they had like a credit card I had to take that credit card and like go drive to Home Depot and then go do that. And that's probably 30 minutes itself. And that's assuming I find everything I need. I'm in and out, right? So then I was like, the changing the P-trap, it's not a difficult thing, but it's a time-consuming process, especially since I didn't do a whole lot of plumbing. I was like, it's probably an hour. So I was like, means I need bare minimum an hour, 30 minutes. I'm going to need 2 hours. And they were like, well, we'll only approve 1 additional hour this week. I was like, fine, whatever, I'll do it. I changed the P-trap and I got it done pretty quickly. I managed to get everything else done except for 1 stairwell. Even the stairwells had carpet on them. And it takes, I don't know if you have any experience vacuuming stairs, but it takes a minute to vacuum stairs, way longer than just a flat area. And I specifically made sure that it was like the back stairwell, the stairwell that like nobody used except, I guess people used it, but it was the least used stairwell, right? And they had this really bad fly issue that they never did anything to solve. And I don't know why they didn't. They just had a million excuses for everything. So there were like a couple flies, dead flies on this stairwell. And
I just ran out of time. It probably would have taken me about another 30 minutes, maybe, to vacuum that stairwell. 30 minutes to an hour, I guess, depending on once you put everything away, because it was kind of far away. And I was really busting my ass. I was moving as fast as I could. But they had this rule, hard limit. You're not allowed to work more than the hours we approved for you. So I was like, all right. I specifically planned my day so that I made sure if I didn't get to anything, it was going to be this least used back stairwell. I got all the common areas done. I got the actual church itself where they had the services was I don't even know why I'm ranting about this part in particular. I guess I'm just throwing it all out there right now. This is a little bit of a distraction, but I guess I need a break from all the seriously traumatizing things so we get into the big thing, because I was literally shaking for a minute. This is honestly nothing compared to everything I've been through. But the entire sanctuary was covered in carpet. So I had to like vacuum under the pews and everything. I got all of that done except this one stairwell. And instead of like, I didn't even care if they thanked me or whatever. I was kind of proud of myself. I was like, man, can't believe I basically got everything done. They called me in and bitched me out for not vacuuming that one stairwell after I literally told them I would need 2 hours and they only gave me half that amount of time. And I've firmly believed you shouldn't make big decisions. One, when you're angry, and two, you should always sleep on them. But I went home and I called the next day and put in my 2 weeks. And I don't remember whether I was back living at my parents' place at that point or not. I think I might have been. I'm pretty sure I was. Yeah, I know I was. Because I was driving my car up to work there, and there was one point where my car wasn't expected. So my mom was like, oh, you can take my car to work. And I was like, okay, that's fine, thank you. And they hadn't gotten the registration renewed. And I'm pretty sure the cop thought I was coming back from like a bar or something, because, you know, being the midnight custodian, I was coming back at like 3 a.m, pulls me over because the registration's out, and I get a ticket for borrowing my mom's car. That was frustrating. Just the epitome of my life right there, I guess, right? Like if I had known that, I would have just driven my car that wasn't inspected, but the registration was out of date, because like at least when he ran the plate would have come back fine. But I was living in my parents' place at the point, and I was really, really down on myself to the point that I was still doing those job applications. I was putting in a job application, maybe 2, pretty much every single day. At that point, it was basically my full-time job. So that's when I started streaming on Twitch. I moved back in with my parents in January of 2019, and they fucking lied to me. They promised I'd have my own room on the 3rd floor, pretty much the entire 3rd floor to myself, and I'd be able to like focus on my music, and I'd be able to like do so many things. But that was a lie. And they didn't even clean out the room that they expected me to live in. So I had to throw like 80% of my belongings out because I left my apartment. My life was falling apart so fast that I had a lot of computers I used to fix and sell on like Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist. I would just take like old broken computers. I was doing everything I could to make money, right? I would take them apart, put them back together, install a clean OS, get them running again, wipe all the hard drives, and then sell them for like $150 on Facebook Marketplace. They weren't anything crazy. Like you wouldn't be gaming on them, but they were perfectly fine to like write some Word documents, watch some YouTube, send some emails, things like that. So I was just on every grind I could be at that point in time. And I had to just throw all those out because my life fell apart so fast. Really, the only thing that we could do was call one of those junk companies, and they took like probably 60% of my stuff because I just couldn't bring it back with me to my parents' place. Like all my furniture and everything, all those projects I had that were supposed to make me money, just all got taken by a junk company. And with like the job search not going well, you know, everyone said, oh, nobody wants to work these days, but yet none of those places are actually fucking hiring. And like 50% of those job offerings aren't even real job offerings. They're just like things they leave up permanently for jobs that aren't even open anymore. It's fucking bullshit. But dude, I'm getting really off topic here. The point is, I was in a really rough spot, and it really felt like everyone I loved and cared about was just constantly fucking me over. So really the only escape I had at that point in time was gaming. I was playing a lot of Elite Dangerous and Overwatch and EVE Online. I would do like a couple job applications, and then after that, I would just go online and play those games. And I still had some friends that I would hang out with at that point. We used to actually do Dungeons and Dragons every weekend. And one of those friends actually is the one that got me on Twitch. He actually got me back on Twitch way back in 2016. He was streaming old school RuneScape. And I remember I just went over his house to like hang out, play some Super Smash Bros, smoke some weed, and they was like, hey, so what are you doing with your life right now, man? This is one of my OG friends. Like I've known this dude since middle school. And ironically, we were like kind of not super chill with each other when we were younger. Because I was always this like kind of militaristic, neurodivergent, super hardcore, no fun at parties type person as a kid, you know? He was exactly the opposite. Super goofy, didn't take anything serious, absolutely ridiculous, just the most fun person in the group, without a doubt. But by the end of high school, we'd become a lot closer. I like saw a few rare moments where I realized he had a bigger heart than anyone in our friends group. There was one moment he really pissed me off, but he went to like extreme lengths to make it right with me. I'm like, bro, like I didn't know you cared that much. I didn't know anyone cared that much. And since then, I'm closer with him than I am with most of the rest of those guys. But he got me on Twitch because I was still working full time back in 2016 and just doing whatever, multiple things. I would work as a maintenance guy during the day, and then I had my own side landscaping business during the night. And I was like, so what are you doing, bro? Like, because he used to work for Dirt Rag, which was um, like a cycling and just outdoors and skateboarding magazine. And I think that closed down around that time, or at least it was starting to struggle. So he was like, I'm streaming on Twitch. I was like, what the fuck is Twitch? He was like, oh, it's like this thing where I just play video games and people watch me and they pay me money. And I was like, no way. You're fucking joking. No one would do that. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I mean, like, now look at how big the fucking streamers are, right? I was such a short-sighted idiot back then. The thing is, like, it just sounded so dumb to me. I was like, no one's actually dumb enough to pay someone else money to watch them play video games. Especially being like the weird, neurodivergent, isolationist, like weird space wizard hermit in the mountains type dude. I didn't understand it, right? It's really more about the community than the video games or anything, unless you're like one of those insanely good FPS players or MOBA players or something like that, where they're following you for your skill. But for most streamers, it's about the community and the personality and just the parasocial relationship. And I didn't understand that way back then. But he was like, you should make an account. And I was like, bro, I'm not paying you money to play video games. He was like, oh, well, you don't need to. You have Amazon Prime, right? I was like, yeah, of course, because I had a Prime subscription back then. I've gotten rid of all my subscription for years now at this point. The only subscription I've had, there's only been 2 subscriptions I've had in recent years. One of them was for Restream, which is a tool for streaming. And the other one was I had a WoW subscription for a few months, which was only so I had content for streaming. The only subscriptions I have are subscriptions for my businesses these days. But they're kind of rock bottom right now, so I don't even have those right now. Anyways, I'm really off topic. Let me finish this, and then we'll get into the big one. I made this account to give him my Amazon Prime, but the thing was, you needed, unlike a normal subscription that you can just subscribe and have it renew automatically, the Prime subscription, you need to log in every month to use that, right? So I started logging into his stream monthly just to give him the subscription. And then it became a thing where I was just hanging out then every so often, hanging out more and more. And then by the time 2019 came around, I was on Twitch pretty consistently. I'd made other Twitch friends in other communities in like games that I played, like Elder Scrolls Online and Dead by Daylight and EVE Online. And I was like, you know what? I'm just spending hours gaming by myself after I finish these applications. I'm going to see what happens. I actually blew up really quickly at first, and almost entirely to this guy named Urschlag, who goes by Erst now, EVE Online streamer. I think one of my first ever EVE Online streams, he rated me with about 100 viewers. And it got me, I'd been streaming Elite Dangerous and Overwatch before that. And I was at the point where I think I'd won the requirements. You needed 50 viewers, you needed 50 followers, and an average of 3 viewers to be affiliate before you could make money. And I had one of those, but not the other. And when he rated me, it instantly got me the other, and I got the affiliate email the next day. And then people stuck around a lot because I'd been playing EVE Online for 10 years. I started in like 2009. So I'd done pretty much everything there was to do in the game at that point. It had been my big game through college. And when I like retreated into myself after all the trauma I experienced in college, I went hardcore into EVE Online. I became a hardcore PvPer doing a bunch of Black Ops stuff. I would just gate camp and I would hunt for mission runners with my Black Ops battleship. Used to be part of Nullsec Pirate Alliance. Then I lived in a wormhole for a while. So I had all this game knowledge. So I built up a really strong EVE Online community. I was pushing really hard to get partner. And I was on track, but I pushed so hard I burnt myself out. Because I approached it like any other job, right? Except I hit it harder than most jobs because I'm neurodivergent in that way that I can just sit there and game for 15 hours. So I was doing like 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. And then I would take one day to do laundry and then I'd do it again. Just constantly, earlier I talked about pressure creates diamonds, but it also creates dust. I ground myself into dust. That was one of the many times I did it. Also, EVE Online got sold to a different company. Well, the company that runs EVE Online got sold to a new parent company. And they basically started stripping EVE Online of all of its uniqueness. They turned it to from a progression-based game to a pay-to-win based game. And I started really disliking it. That on top of the fact that I burned myself out when I came back after the burnout. Also, it wasn't making as much money as I wanted. I went back to being a line cook for a while. Biggest mistake I ever made. I'd never been a line cook before in my life, but once I stopped streaming, I was in this weird ultimate jaded edgelord phase where I hated money so much that I was trying to figure out a way to literally live a moneyless life. And I basically made it work. After I lost one of my jobs, the stream convinced me to apply for benefits. I was too proud at first, right? Especially as someone who'd always worked for my entire life from the age of, well, 15 actually. Um, I really didn't want to apply for unemployment and uh, food stamps, but eventually they convinced me. So I didn't have unemployment at this point in time. That was after the only time I ever had unemployment. I don't even know if I had food stamps. I think I was just I I was basically living off odd jobs. I would do random things for people, you know, because I had all of those whatchamacallit, handyman skills. On top of that, a bunch of tech skills, you know. Was fixing computers for people. I was building websites, just any, but I was not doing it a lot. Just as little as I needed to survive. Um, the one thing I did that was actually fun, two things. I went to um, Dungeons and Dragons with my friends, and then I would go to the karaoke bar every Friday and sing karaoke. And I didn't really drink much. I would get 2 beers. It was $2 domestics. So, and sometimes I only got 1 beer because I wanted to make sure I had enough for a tip. So I would spend like $3 to $6 every Friday. But sometimes I'd get pretty hammered because, you know, I'm still am pretty good singer, you know. I had all that theater experience. So a choir mate. I joined choir in 2nd grade and I've been singing ever since then. So you know, you go up there, you bust out an excellent War Pigs. People just want to buy you a shot after that. And they're like, man, that was great. Like, here, come do this shot with me. I was like, cool. So, like, I'd get pretty hammered, but I never spent more than like $10. And often I was just like paying in quarters and stuff. And I did that for most of 2019. Or was it? Yeah. Or like the second half of 2019, I think it was. After I burnt out and stopped streaming. You can go look at Twitch tracker. Like, if you really care that much, you can see my graph. It goes like this, and then it just flatlines. It was going almost straight up, and then it just flatlines. I was such an idiot. I had such incredible growth. I should have stuck with it. But and just all the bullshit that's ever happened in my life. It's really all my fault in the grand scheme of things. Even the terrible things that women did to me, I let them do it. But the bartender kept bugging me to come work there in the kitchen because they needed help. And the thing that actually caused me to cave was Christmas. Because I was figuring out how to live with as little money as possible. And for me, it was really important to do that, right? Because of the whole Jesus stuff. I was like, if money is so evil, I don't want anything to do with it to begin with. Jesus himself said it's more difficult for the rich man to enter heaven than for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just be a poor man then. And I was pretty miserable, especially when I couldn't really afford to buy socks. But I just told myself all the pain would be worth it in the end. When my soul went to the good place and not the bad place. But the thing that really made me cave was Christmas. Because my family always takes Christmas really seriously, and there's a lot of pressure. And I just felt really bad that I didn't have any money to get my family Christmas presents. So I started working, I think, around November. Just to be sure that I could buy my Christmas presents there. She kept saying, hey, we need help in the kitchen. And I know you're struggling because you've been paying with change recently. And I would just be like, yeah, but here's the thing. I don't care. I don't really need the money. I'm still paying. I'm still tipping you. And she was like, true, but we need help. And the combination of needing Christmas money and just being annoyed that she kept asking me, I was like, fine, I'll do it. I'll come work in the kitchen for you. And that was the first time I worked as a line cook. And I really busted my ass for that place. And again, I got fucked over. COVID. Lost my job. I showed up to work and they didn't even tell me I was fired. I was just locked out. I was supposed to open the kitchen one day. This is the craziest thing. I actually left that job because it was bullshit. I got a friend who's a way better cook than I am, by the way. He's the only person I know that makes vegan and vegetarian food that I'll actually eat. It's so good. I was like, hey bro, we need help. One of my OG high school friends, we need people to work in the kitchen. And he wasn't working at the time that I was aware of. I think he's still, I think that place closed now, but I think he was there until it closed. And I don't know if he's working under the new management. I've just been, this last year has been the most difficult year of my life. So I don't even have time to see what's going up with my friends. And only 2 of them actually cared to check in on me, really. So it's like, whatever. Are they even really friends at this point? I don't know. But the point is, I got this guy to go in and start working at the kitchen. He eventually became the kitchen manager after I left and the kitchen manager left because this place was just kind of bullshit. They begged me to come back because they couldn't find someone to fill my position. And the only way I agreed to come back was to work only on Sunday. I would just do the kitchen by myself all Sunday because one of the reasons I left was, as much as I loved my friend and the guy who'd been the kitchen manager, most of the other people they had work there were just fucking terrible. In the kitchen, the waitresses and the bartenders I got along with great. But the other cooks were fucking, oh my God, just like incompetent and useless. And one of them was mean as fuck. And not all of them. There was actually this young kid that used to come in and was a dishwasher really more than anything. I saw him a couple years later somewhere else. He was like, "Hey, dude, you remember me?" I was like, "No." It was like, "It's what's his name?" I was like, "Oh, yeah." He was pretty cool. I got along with him. But again, I'm not saying names because I doubt anyone's really gonna watch this video. But who knows? I don't want to cause problems for anyone if anything happens. Even though positive things to say about this dude, but you never know how people are these days on the internet. So after begging me to come back, I show up one day for work and I'm just locked out and I'm fired and they didn't even bother to tell me I was fired. Yeah, that was fucked. That's one of the angriest I've ever been in my life. Like, wait a minute. You literally begged me to come back. I bent over backwards for you guys and then you fucked me over. I was pissed. And I kind of started spiraling again after that, right? Because I hadn't even wanted to work at that place at the beginning. They had to beg me to start, and then they had to beg me to come back, and then they fucked me over. I was like, what's the point in even trying anymore when everyone's just constantly stabbing me in the back? So I went back to streaming, especially during COVID. And that's the first time I ever actually got on unemployment because they had like the restaurant workers unemployment thing, which they actually canceled early before the restaurants opened back up. That was evil as fuck. They were like, oh, by the way, COVID's over. Y'all can go back to work now. But we couldn't actually go back to work. They just canceled the unemployment early, but that's a whole other rant. It literally took weeks of my stream like convincing me to apply for unemployment. They were like, dude, you've literally been paying into your entire life since you were 16. This is what it exists for. It's like, yeah, I guess you're right. But in addition to that, I started volunteering with the fire department a lot more. I became really active again because I was really only streaming. I didn't have a job at that point. I was still kind of looking for a job, but it's like, what were you supposed to do when everything was shut down due to COVID? And that's when the most terrible thing that's ever happened to me in my life happened. So after COVID was actually over, I was starting to look for jobs again, but I had a really bad concussion. I fell down some stairs, blasted my head pretty good, and it's literally the only time I've ever fainted in my life. was hanging out with some friends. We were drinking and smoking cigarettes, which was, I don't even know if I was smoking cigarettes, but people were smoking cigarettes, which was a problem. No, I wasn't smoking cigarettes because this was post COVID. But there was cigarette smoke up there, and during COVID, I quit cigarettes. Um, I've quit multiple times in my life, but the when I actually quit for good was during COVID, primarily because one, mostly I ended up smoking due to the stress from working shitty jobs, especially when I worked as a line cook at the first place. The whole reason I started smoking again was because there was this one absolutely terrible, horrible piece of shit, meanest dude ever, incompetent cook who was just like, oh, I've been doing this for 20 years. It's like, then how do you not know 20 years in that when you drop a hamburger bun on the floor, you're not supposed to put it on the plate? He would just do that shit. And I was so utterly disgusted working with that dude that I wanted to give him a swirly in the deep fryer. So to prevent myself doing anything which was going to put me in jail, I would bum a cigarette from one of the waitresses. And it got to the point where it was happening so frequently that I just felt bad. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to buy one pack and just keep it at work. Because, like, the thing about toxic work environments is you're not allowed to have a mental health break, but you can take as many cigarette breaks as you want. Because that doesn't make any sense. So I went outside, did that, and started smoking cigarettes again after having quit for like the second or third time due to that job that I hadn't even wanted at the first place that they begged me to come work for, and then they fucking didn't even tell me I was fired. But I managed to quit again during COVID, and weirdly enough, after then, nicotine always made me really dizzy. Now, it used to be always a thing. In college, when I would smoke cigarettes, or like post college when I was working, there used to be a group of friends I would party with that lived in Oakland. Just a bunch of working dudes, like mid-20s and stuff. Still love every single one of them, even though I haven't seen most of them in ages. A lot of them were in like the underground music scene. We'd go to like shows and stuff. And we'd go back to this one guy's apartment. We'd all drink, smoke cigarettes, smoke weed, and hang out. And I learned in college that 2 cigarettes was my limit when I was drinking. If I combined cigarettes with alcohol, it was just going to make me puke for whatever reason. And just nicotine in general, not really very good for me. I've noticed that I've got pretty high tolerances to most things, but nicotine fucks me up. So, there was a lot of cigarette smoke. This, again, now I'm all over the place. But I guess that's because we're like on number 5 here, which is the big one. And part of me is just in my brain, I see how all the cause and effect connects. So I'm zooming all over the place. But this is post-COVID. I'm with a good friend who I don't really see anymore because he's on the other side of the country now. But we were partying at his place and just hanging out, playing video games, drinking, smoking like you do. And I Probably had a little too much to drink, and there was a lot of cigarette smoke upstairs. And we were on the third floor. I started to get a little dizzy and lightheaded the way I used to before I would puke when I was smoking cigarettes in college and like post college while partying. So I was like, I'm just gonna go outside, get some fresh air for a bit, you know? They had a window open, but it wasn't enough. So my plan was to just take my coffee. I think I had coffee or water. I had something. Go outside and chill. It was like early fall, probably about this time of year, maybe a little bit later. Um, no, it was later. I think it was November. It was colder, but not too cold that you couldn't be out. And this isn't the bad thing, but this is kind of what started all of it. There was this spiral metal staircase. Uh, as I was walking down it, I just got really, really lightheaded. I was about halfway down and I just felt like I wasn't going to make it to the bottom. So I actually sat down on the stairs, but then I passed out. Uh, Woke up and like my friend was standing over top of me. He's like, "Bro, are you okay?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm fine." Um, I hit my head pretty good. I think on one of the parts of the handrails. I don't know if it's still there, but there was a good gash, left a deep mark for a while. Yep, there it is. And I was severely, severely concussed. I absolutely should have went to the hospital, but I was too proud. You know, they talk about the seven deadly sins. They say pride's the worst of them all. It seems like it's probably the least bad, right? Because you look at the other ones, it's like gluttony, lust, greed, envy. How bad can pride be compared to those? But it's because of my pride that the worst thing that's ever happened to me happened to me. So I was really, really severely concussed, and I was too proud to go to the hospital because I had never fainted in my entire life before. And I don't know if it was like technically fainting, but like that's just the best thing I can think of. It's like the closest thing, right? Um, I just lost consciousness for no clear explanation of why, which I would qualify as fainting. Whether or not that's exactly what happened medically, I don't know. But I just didn't want to have to tell someone at the hospital, like, yeah, I fainted and hit my head. it was like, I guess, an age thing too, a little bit. Like both the pride of being wanting to be a strong, immovable object type of man, and not wanting to feel old. I didn't go to the hospital, and I didn't really tell anyone either. I didn't want to tell my friend because I didn't want him to feel bad. One of the gentlest, kindest dudes I've ever known. And I knew that if he'd known I was really badly concussed, he would have blamed himself, even though it wasn't his fault at all. Entirely my choices. I was there deciding to drink too much that night. And if I hadn't been drinking, at least not that heavily, I would have been fine, right? I think alcohol is one of the most dangerous drugs in existence. And nicotine's right up there too. And both of them in combination do terrible things to people. Even if I hadn't been drinking, like if I hadn't been drinking, the cigarette smoke wouldn't have bothered me, right? As someone who's worked in like bars and stuff, even after I quit, I got used to that. I was just able to, I'm like, whatever, it smells bad, who cares? But I did tell one person. She was the only person in the world I felt like I could really trust with that at the time. By this point, I kind of felt like I only had two friends left in the world. My friend whose house I'd been at, and her. And she ended up taking advantage of me when I was concussed and couldn't consent. And it wasn't just once, really. It kind of happened progressively over a week. Because it was that bad of a concussion that I think it lasted for like a week. You know? There's like a lot more to it. But it's hard to even admit it. Let alone talk about the details. So maybe we'll save the details for another time. But effectively what happened is we'd become really close through the fire department. And I'd previously specifically told her that I wasn't interested in a relationship. And I thought she was just my best friend, you know? Especially because we were really close in the fire department. And I never really fit in with the other guys in the fire department. As much as I love some of those guys, like literally ran in through the gates of hell with them, like risking each other, all risking our lives with each other in each other's hands, right? There's like a very much just like dumb jock mentality in the fire department. So I had a lot of the same issues I had with some of the jocks in high school. And originally I was going to go all in about the failure of leadership in the fire department that allowed this whole situation to happen. But I've been talking for way too long already. Effectively, what happened though is she was the only person I told I was concussed, like really badly, seriously concussed, to the point where I knew I kind of needed someone to look after me. Because I remember this kid in high school who got concussed from football, and he was still in class, but he was just really incapable of doing anything and really suggestible, right? People could just like tell him to do really stupid things and he would do it, dangerous things, and he would do it because I think part of it depends on what part of your brain gets hit by the concussion, right? But it's like when you're that concussed, people can basically kill you like a puppet. And that's what she did to me. I thought that, you know, we were best friends and she was going to look after me. But instead, she just progressively abused me until the point where she made me do oral on her and do it on me. And I looked up the definition of rape in Pennsylvania, because I was like trying to deny all that shit ever happened to me. It's like somehow in my mind, it was like better if I could say that I wasn't raped. But yeah, according to the legal definition, I was. So that was another huge hit to my pride, right? And that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part, well, there's two bad things. I don't know which part's worse, really. I guess it's kind of the same thing, just two aspects of it. Well, no, there's two really bad parts that really fuck me up to this day. And one of these is why I felt like I had to put on black, like I'm going to my funeral. Because I know how the internet's gonna take it if anyone actually watched this far into the video. But she joined the fire department when she was young, and she was still a minor when she raped me. So I especially felt like I couldn't tell anyone about it, because I didn't feel like, especially the way like women are just given all this preferential treatment, I didn't feel like there was any way I could tell anyone that it just wouldn't ruin my life. Especially because I was still an EMT at the time and doing all this stuff with Upward Bound and stuff. I've got like every child safety clearance and FBI background check, and it's all 100% clean. And if you get convicted for anything like that, or if they even like kind of suspect you, you can get that suspended. I was really considering trying to get a job with an ambulance service using my EMT. But that was like only the second worst part, I guess. Because that all mostly happened while I was just so severely concussed. It was like a really bad fever dream, a terrible nightmare that doesn't fade like a nightmare, because they're just actual memories that still haunt me to this day, like 5 years later. But the worst part was there was actually once she abused me in the fire department after the concussion faded. Because I felt like I was just trapped at that point. I don't know what to do. The fire department was all I had left at that point in my life. The only thing I really cared about. And I felt like even if somehow, against all odds, the police actually believed me, there was no way I'd ever be able to look any of those guys in the eye again after like admitting that I'd been raped by an underage girl. So I kind of just kept pretending everything was okay. We were doing like a whole fitness regimen thing. Especially because one guy who'd been like the other black sheep of the fire department, right? I was like the esoteric, nerdy, weird guy who didn't fit in with like the guys who never grew out of their high school jock phase. And most of them were kind of like wannabe jocks that were never super popular. The actual jocks went on to be cops because they weren't smart enough to be firefighters. I gotta throw in a little humor there, or at least try to. The other guy, he was the opposite of me, kind of socially awkward, had some developmental challenges, kind of savant-like in a way. He had all the beeper tones memorized and everything, but you know, kind of slow. People would call him retarded all the time, and he was struggling with his health a little bit, overweight. They kicked him off the trucks because he was too fat, even though there were people that were fatter than him that actually had heart attacks that didn't get kicked off the trucks. It made me really mad. They just did it to him because he was retarded, you know? Dude knew so much about the Civil War, too. I think it was the Civil War. Just all kinds of history. Really smart in his own way. And part of this whole fitness thing was to help get him back in shape so he could get his gear back and start running calls again. And it was like a weekly thing where we'd show up and do fitness with the fire department. And to keep up appearances, I kept going. Even though I knew I'd have to see her. And this one time after everyone left, it was just her, me, and him. And hanging out in the break room, I like kind of felt like I couldn't leave just because she had this control over me where she'd kind of been caught lying about abuse stuff in the past with previous boyfriends and stuff. So I was just really scared of how she might spin things if I did anything at all to protect myself. So really, I was there for my friend because I was worried for him. He wasn't doing well. Then he fell asleep. And she pinned me down like on the couch, but I felt like I couldn't push her off for two reasons. Because one, like just doing that at all, I felt like she just
tell everyone what she'd done to me, but make it seem like I'd been the one that did it. And two, I was worried that, like, pushing her off would wake him up and he'd see what was going on and it would start all kinds of shit. And the worst part really was that that had happened after the concussion had faded. So at that point, I was like back in control of my actions, but I just didn't see a way out. I didn't feel like there was any way I could stop her without ruining my own life, even though I was already at rock bottom to begin with. You know, you always think you're at rock bottom till something happens to push you down even further. Just drag you to depths you never knew existed. That absolutely broke me in a way that I never imagined I could be broken. I don't really remember the next 3 months of my life. Maybe it was partially due to the head trauma from that really bad concussion, but I feel like it was mostly just the emotional trauma. I'm pretty sure I spent just like 3 months crying in bed after that. Stopped going to the fire department. They sent me a letter of intent, right? Because I've been a firefighter there for over 10 years, nearly 15. And you have to maintain certain levels of activity requirements to be an active firefighter. Got to run a certain number of calls. They were like, so what's going on here? I told them I had to leave because I couldn't afford the time to volunteer anymore while I was still looking for a job, and I'd run out of money. And that was true. But I left out the part that I couldn't bear to be in the room where I'd been sexually assaulted like that anymore. I couldn't bear to be around her and let her abuse me anymore. And the crazy thing is, I'm pretty sure most people in that town, at least although it's like a small town with lots of gossip, know something happened between us. But I think they all think it was the other way around. You know, they think I was the abuser. The weirdest thing is, I was kind of okay with that. Because after I cried for like 3 months straight, I was just glad that none of them talked to me anymore. Also, This probably sounds kind of fucked up, but I didn't want to ruin her life either. Does that make any sense? She tried to be friends with me again a couple years ago. I had to write her a whole letter explaining exactly why that wasn't going to happen. I think she finally understood. Maybe. I don't know. If anyone knows anyone or can figure out anyone I talked about in this video, I don't want you to bother any of them. All right? I think she understood what she did wrong after that letter. I don't believe she's ever going to do it to anyone again. And I know that losing me as a friend forever probably hurt her in all kinds of ways. Because the only reason we were friends in the first place was because I saw she was going to commit suicide, and we'd lost a guy in the fire department to suicide not too long before that. And I went to the chief and I was like, hey, listen, so one of our juniors is she's on the brink. I could see it in her eyes because I tried to take my life when I was in high school. I didn't succeed, but I know what the shadow of death looks like behind someone's eyes. And when I was in high school, the fire department became a place for me to go, and I felt like I couldn't go home anymore. And I went to the chief. It was like different for her though, because it was like they treated her differently because she was a woman. So where like things were okay for me to like be out late, not text my parents all the time, and just hang out down at the station, they like shrugged when I did that when I was in high school. And yet the same guys who did that they lectured her to the point where she was at tears when she did the exact same thing I'd done like 10 years before, you know? Just, I fucking hate double standards. So, it had been only a couple years, I think, since we lost a previous firefighter to suicide. And I couldn't bear to lose another person in my department the same way. So I went to the chief and I said, look, I'm really concerned about her. And he just brushed it off. And he said, nope. It's just childish
whatever. I don't even remember exactly what he said, but it was so dismissive, so dumb. There are so many things I could say about his abject failure of leadership. I believe there's 3 deaths under the department that he's basically responsible for. Not directly, but indirectly. I liked him as an individual, by the way. Generally got along with him for the most part. But he's just terrible, terrible, incompetent leader. Just so short-sighted and selfish in the end. And mental health is a very serious issue in the emergency services, and he wasn't going to do anything to protect his own. So I felt like I had to step up because I couldn't see another one of our firefighters take their own life and not do anything about it. I felt terrible I hadn't been there for the first guy, but I think I'd been either away at college or dealing with my own shit. No, I think it was definitely post-college when that happened, but I think I was living in the next town over. That was before I moved back into my parents' place, and I wasn't really as active because I had to drive over 2 towns just to get to the fire trucks. I felt really bad about not being there for him. I remember standing guard over his casket. Fucking funeral parade, or whatever you call it, procession. Literally took up the entire bridge. That guy was so beloved. I just couldn't let us lose another firefighter that way. So when our leader wouldn't do anything, I gave her my number and I said, if you ever need to talk, text me before you do anything stupid, basically. That was the beginning of our friendship, and I started mentoring her in German and stuff because I'd taken German in high school and she was taking German, and I think she just developed a kind of obsession with me that I thought I could handle. You know, my pride getting in the way again, especially with like all my experience with Upward Bound and stuff. You know, like there'd been times where some of the students would have a crush on me. It was no problem. One of the weirdest conversations I ever had when I started at that point was when they took me aside and they were like, yeah, so you're kind of the attractive one. The other guy, one of the other guys looks like Sid from Ice Age. The other dude's just kind of strange, skinny and a little weird looking. And the other one is gay. Or at least that's kind of like the impression. I don't know if he actually was. And they were like, so you're the one that the girls are going to crush on. I was like, okay, this is strange. And then, of course, the fucking resident director is the one who's over me the entire time. But it's like, they were right. There were a couple crushes, but it was no big deal. I was like, you know, These are just young girls. Even then, I wanted nothing to do with them. It was, they were like 17 and I was like 21 at the time. 22, I don't know, whatever age I was when I was doing that. And it was really no problem for me to just brush it off and create boundaries. So when I was like, I don't know, 29, 30, whatever time it was, 31 that this happened, probably 29, 30. But the whole timeline's so fucked up in my head from all the trauma. I was like, I've been through so much more at this point. I've got so much more experience just dealing with people, especially like having gone through therapy and talked to random strangers at the bar, had conversations with like the waitresses who were in college and stuff. I was really, really good at setting boundaries. I didn't think I'd have any problem, there'd be anything that would happen, but I didn't anticipate that I'd be so badly concussed that I had no idea what was going on. I was more vulnerable at that point than like any level of drunkenness. I don't know if you guys have ever been concussed like that, but you're literally just a puppet for other people during that. She took advantage of me and absolutely ruined me. And all the people I'd spent a decade protecting. Not only did they basically set me up in that fucking situation and refuse to show any kind of care for any of their fellow firefighters, which is like so strange for me. Because when I first joined, we were a brotherhood and sisterhood, you know. There's one female firefighter in particular I'm still very fond of. She actually, one of the firefighters that had a heart attack, managed to survive. Taught me my EMT class, or at least my recertification. Probably shouldn't be giving all that information out, but I'm still really cool with her. She's one of the few people from that department that I'm still absolutely chill with. Back then, we had a good chief. Dude was a lot more rough around the edges in many ways. Kind of got in trouble for saying a gamer word, as we call them these days, once or twice. But I don't know if I've ever seen a better leader in my life, at least as far as any fire department goes. That man didn't put up with no bullshit. Under his fire department, we were there to do one thing: save lives. We did a great job. Under the new chief, he mostly cared about the image and his wife's political aspirations, I think. Although, that's speculation. But what's obvious is he didn't care about saving lives the same way. Not even about carrying his own fire. Not even about saving his own firefighters' lives. The guy that took his life even worked with him on the borough. The guy that took his own life even worked with him on the borough public works crew. And I'm 100% certain that the girl who raped me, who he didn't want to do anything to help, would have taken her own life if I hadn't stepped in. Because she literally told me that. Told me about how she had an uncle who killed himself. And it was on the anniversary of that dude's death that she reached out to me. And then after I left, because I just couldn't bear to be in that place anymore, they found my friend dead. The one that was in the room when it happened. The one that they said they kicked off the fire truck because he was fat. But he wasn't even as fat as a lot of the other guys in the department. The one who they called a retard. And I think that's the part that hurts me the most, because I really blame myself for his death in a lot of ways. I feel like if I'd been a little bit smarter, if I'd been a little bit stronger, if I hadn't let my pride get in the way and I'd just gone to the fucking hospital, I'd probably still be around today. Because I would have kept doing those fitness workouts for him, you know? Get him back in shape so he could get back on the truck. If I'd checked myself in the hospital, she never would have been able to take advantage of me like that. And who knows, maybe that fire department would still exist. The whole fire department just fell apart under his leadership and had to merge with another department. From the moment he took over, we started hemorrhaging all the good firefighters. You just started chasing them away. Should have been assigned to me. And the thing is, someone even told me what happened. When he was first chief, we had a really good assistant chief. One of the only people from that town I'm still friends with. There's like 5 to 10 people. If you see this, I'll let you guess if you're one of them. He was the assistant chief when that guy took over. And there was basically like a civil war within the fire department, kind of a political civil war, where the new chief and the assistant chief really had a division. And it was the chief and really the other borough guys, and some other people that liked his idea of cronyism, versus the assistant chief, the woman I was friends with, hell, versus basically all the people I was close friends with. And I sat on the fence, you know? The assistant chief came to me and he was like, hey, we need to fix things or this fire department's going to go to hell. I was still a young and dumb idiot. I appealed to authority, kind of. And also, I had this idea of like, I was just like kind of the arbitrator, you know? I didn't like to get involved with things. I would like help settle disputes, but that was about it. You know, I was very about the chain of command, and I kind of saw that as a thing for them to sort out at the top of the chain. But I should have stood up and said something back then. That assistant chief knew 10 years before it happened. From like the day that new chief took over, that he was going to drive that fire department into the ground. And he tried to get me to do something about it. I was too much of a coward to do it. So, I still regret that to this day. It's like really the only actual regrets I have in my life. All the other shit, like the first 4 things I talked about, I can deal with those. Live and learn, you know, but sitting on the fence when the assistant chief wanted to save the fire department and I wasn't willing to really take a side, take a stand with him. Being too prideful to check myself into the hospital. When I was suffering from a really bad traumatic brain injury. And then abandoning my friend in the fire department. To a bunch of people who just called him a retard. Only for them to neglect him so he could die a few months later. Those are the only actual regrets I have in life. Everything else I can just figure out and move past with enough time. But those are the things I wish I could go back and change. And all 3 of them led to the other. Well, the first one led to the other 2. Or You know, I kind of believe time and space are both an illusion, so I guess the first statement is true too. All three of them led to the other. Just, you know, I think we all have something we hate ourselves for. At least anyone with any type of self-awareness. And that's what I really hate myself for. I don't know if anyone's really going to watch this. And in some ways, in most ways, hell, in pretty much every way, I hope nobody ever does. But I do know that I'm never going to get past it if I don't post this. I'm sorry if posting this video causes any kind of collateral damage for anyone from that town. But I've been in survival mode since probably 2010. I haven't been on a date since the year 2012. And I've been hitting new levels of rock bottom ever since 2019. I just can't do it anymore. I need to break free of this weight, and this is the only way left I can figure out how. So, if there's like anyone that's still watching at this point, I'm going to keep moving forward. This is all I know how to do. It's all I've really ever known how to do. Gotta let the basement dry, see if I'm gonna need to trim the edge or not. And then the next week, I'm going to do my 24-hour subathon. The rest of this week, I'm probably just gonna chill unless I like catch a lot of hate for this, a lot of backlash. Then I'll probably just go quiet for a bit. But if not, I'm just gonna chill on Warframe while I clean up around the house. Lots of things that I've been neglecting while I didn't have the mental energy. While I was struggling with this fucking demon that I've been trying to get off my back. and just grinding out the renovations when I feel I'm crunched for time. We'll talk about all that some other time, but I'm about to run out of phone battery. So guess there's nothing else to say except it's time for me to get back to work. And coffee's pretty good. I like this coffee a lot. Certainly has been an adventure. I love every single one of you. God bless America. Cheers.